our hands together for him one more time.
Very good morning to Lily. I think we took the line. Oh, thank you. A very good morning to you all. And I'm truly excited to be the one to welcome you to the second in the series of our Family Business Summit, which we do so proudly with PwC. Lily has provided a very fitting context for our gathering this morning. The importance of family businesses and the important work that families do in a nation, even more so in our country, Nigeria. But it's also about the link and contribution that family businesses make to the overall development of society. I'm glad that we're joined here this morning with people who have continued to manage their family businesses or have been courageous and bold enough to establish a family business. We will be hearing a lot said today, tomorrow, and even the day after. But what's important is that Lily talked about volatility. I think another word that I hear perhaps even more than I hear about volatility is resilience. And I think for me, that is the core in our heart when the core of what is in our heart when we set out to plan this year's series. I have a prepared text. Not sure whether that's required. When you get the brochure for this program, you would find my text there. I think what's important is if you look at the business landscape, we all face almost identical challenges. And it really doesn't matter the age of your business and the size of your family business. We have people who are dealing with a one-man, two-man, five-man business, family business. We have those who are dealing with more humongous sized businesses like Mr. Avul, like, of course, our sister who's sitting here and will speak for the Otudeko family. And then there's a lot in between them and, of course, the smaller guys. But wherever you look, whichever family endeavor that you're looking at, the struggles are very identical. This morning, what I am here to do is to welcome you warmly. I am often given the dumbest thing at Business Day, that the very easy thing that I don't need to prepare for. But I take pride, truly, to welcome you all to this event this morning. I have absolutely no doubt that the time you have chosen to spend with us will be for you a good time. We want to hear your stories. You surely want to hear the stories of others, not just about the pain, but also about the triumphs as well. You want to hear about how to do better that which you do, because it's important. If you are a first-generation family business person, there are generations coming behind you, even if they are yet unborn, who will be placing, wherever they are, before they are born, placing so much hope on you, and wishing that you succeed at it. At Business Day, that's exactly our wish, that you succeed in what you're doing. It's taking sacrifice. It's taking hard work and commitment. It's taking courage. But you know, All of that is important. But for me, the more important thing is that you don't look back. As volatile as things can be, you don't look back. I came back from Abuja this morning. I am alarmed at how difficult it is to fly even between the commercial and the political capital of a great country like Nigeria. You know, you get to the airport, you have a seat, you have a ticket, and you absolutely don't know when the flight is going to leave. But that's a story for another day. The chief economist of the World Bank said, Nigeria needs to stay the course for 10 to 15 years before there can be a good chance of a significant turnaround of the economy. Now, I have two reflections on that, which I'd like to share with you. First is, and people have been asking me, what do I think? And I said, you know what? I don't know what the statement did to you, but I suspect it did the opposite thing to me. I was becoming a bit restless as a journalist, asking, where is the result? Where are the green shoots? When I then had 10 to 15 years, I decided to calm myself down. So if you are raging, I am absolutely calm like cucumber. That's one. Second reflection is, there's absolutely no problem about a 10 to 15 year timeline if we can have the guarantee that we're actually doing the right thing. Because we can wait for 100 years doing the wrong thing. We're never going to get the results. But I'm not here to, as I said, I'm calm, and I hope you are as well. We will wait. You've done a lot in your business, and I am very, very certain that when we gather here next year together for the third session, that we will be sharing more of your triumphs. That's my wish for you, and it's the wish for Business Day and, of course, our partners at PwC. Whatever it is that you're doing, you have chosen to leave them aside today and be here. I encourage you, please just sit tight. We're going on an incredibly exciting journey. And I hope you'll be in the bus with us. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless your families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agbogun. Let's put our hands together for him one last time. I think you set the tone quite appropriately. So it's with great pleasure that I'm introducing our next speaker. He goes by the name Ogenevoke Igure. Let's put our hands together for him, the convener of the My Family, My Business Summit and Brand. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Voke before he starts. I know that he doesn't like this, but I think it's important. Voke came up with this concept alongside the publisher 3 years ago, but it was conceptualized 2 years ago. The first edition happened last year, and we're very excited for the second edition. So congratulations, Voke, for being so focused on the importance of family business and giving everyone a community to connect. So let's put our hands together for Voke.
Thank you very much, Lily. Okay, so first let me say thank you very much to all of you for making it out here very early. Well, I think we're starting out slightly late, but I'm sure we would catch up. My job here is very simple. I'm just going to talk a bit about what to expect over the course of the next 3 days. I think, just to clarify, the summit is actually from the 17th, that's today, to Saturday. So I will just tell us a bit about what exactly to expect. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'm sure we already know what the theme is. So really it's focusing on the family business legacy. Today we're going to be doing 5 panels, very interesting panels. Please, next slide. The first panel would be basically just to look at how family businesses can raise capital from private equity investors or even, list on the stock exchange, followed by another panel on family offices, the importance. I know it's a growing theme in Nigeria, so we would have a very high level conversation about that. After that, we will now move on to what we call the Family Business Leaders Awards, where we'll be giving out awards to deserving family businesses. From then on, we'll now move on to I think the third panel, which will focus on private wealth strategies for the long term, which is very important for people in family businesses. And then the fourth panel will focus on next generation conversations, which is a panel I'm looking forward to because we have some very good speakers for that. And then finally, we'll have one on Matrix, which will be really good. And that would see the end of the day. And after that, we move on to what we call a deal room. Next slide, please. So the deal room would basically, next slide, would just be for some family businesses who have submitted their business plans and looking to raise capital. So they're going to be sitting with some experts from PwC and our friends from Adenia Partners. After that, next slide, please. We have what we call the Next Gen Bootcamp. Now, if you haven't registered for this Next Gen Bootcamp, then, as you say, you're on your own, because it's going to be very interesting. It's happening tomorrow at Radisson Blu. The spots are very, very limited, where we will sit with experts from PwC, the China European International Business School. I think at the end of it, you also get a certificate from the China European International Business School. And then on Saturday, we head out to Abeokuta, to the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, just to get a sense of what legacy is all about. And then, like, the peak of it will be, next slide. So that's the library. I don't know if you haven't been there before, it's really beautiful. Next slide, please. Yeah, a very interesting conversation. It's a Harvard Business School case study, which was done by Foluke Oyeleye. That's one of the, I think, the eldest child of Oba Otudeko. I'm in conversation with families of Chief Odutola, who is one of the wealthiest men from Ijebu. It'll be a good conversation because it will be a conversation between the writer of the case study and the family of Chief Odutola. Very interesting conversation. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, I think this is time to call it. This is time to end the slide. And just before I pass the mic to Esiri, but if you've got a copy of today's Business Day, you'll notice a report that was done by PwC experts, which was published in today's Business Day, and we'll be publishing second parts by the Business Day Research and Intelligence Unit tomorrow. So Esiri would have that, just talk a bit about that after me. But before we do that, I'd like to do a very brief survey. So if you don't mind, please bring out your mobile phones. Undika, please, can I have Slido up so we can do the survey? Very quick survey. So please scan the QR code. Let's get some engagement. Please scan the QR code. So you answered the question, and I think the results will come. No questions yet? Undika? Yeah, the questions are there now, yeah? So the first one, 3 generational survivor statistics of 13 is universally applicable. Let's see what you guys think. 50-50, 67-33, true, false. Universally applicable. Interesting. 62%, 58, 59. It's like betting. 58, 42. Okay, so 59% think it's true, 41% think it's false. Okay, I'll tell you the answer at the end. Next question, please scan the QR code. Generational survival rates of family enterprises are worse than those of non-family businesses, on family enterprises. 90%. That's huge. True. 80%. 68, 32. 71. 72, 28. Okay. 73% think it's true. So you have true winning the second time. Unika, third. The third, okay, scan. In-laws should not be involved in family enterprises. That'll be interesting to see. True, went up very, very quickly. But can you avoid your in-laws? I don't think so. 57% false. True, 44%. You guys should spread some love now. In-laws, false, 59%. Okay. According to the Family Firm Institute, which is a global body for family firms or family business consultants, say that the answer to these three questions is false. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boke. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful exercise. Seems like some of you have some great in-laws, and that's great. That's good to see. So as Boke mentioned, we have a very exciting report. And actually, if you think about it, the rhetoric and the media specifically focus on family business is not as substantial as it should be. So I think it's great that PwC and Business Day have partnered for this family business report. So to tell us about it will be Esiri Agbeyi, who is a partner at PwC and the Africa Family Business Lead at PwC. She has over 15 years of experience in advisory services and specializes in helping family businesses grow, transition across generations while managing their unique challenges. Let's put our hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Leili, and welcome everyone. It's such an honor to have you here again this year. And I know this time is going to be bigger, better. I liked the survey that came up just now. The report that's on 16 and 17 page of the Business Day today actually affirms the survey results. That's the reverse, the correct one, which is false. And so I liked the fact that we actually used data from the Nigerian stock exchange market. So it's publicly available data. And it's things that I think if we can understand the lessons behind those results and the strategies that have evolved over the years, I think we will make for better discussions as well as we go into this summit. So on this report, maybe the next slide, and we've tagged it Strengthening Family Businesses. I thought to start off first with just a flash of what, this could potentially mean for the economy. And no other but this family, Bernard Arnault. Everyone knows the family here? Yeah, LVMH. So all the big luxury brands. And I purposely took this out because I know Nigerians are big on luxury. And I wanted to just tell you there's a family behind it. He used to be the richest man until Elon Musk kicked him out. But then to tell you that behind some of these big businesses are actually values that we think we should actually start to understand a bit better about and structure around as well. So if I go to the next slide, what did we do? We took certain companies from the stock exchange. We identified those that were family businesses. And in the definition for family businesses, there has to be some dominance. There has to be family presence. Of course, there has to be a business. And then it has to be generational. But if you ask yourself, with the notable businesses that we have right now in Nigeria, how many are really in the second or third generation? I think, for the most part, we are right now at the cusp of transferring leadership from most of the founders of the big businesses that we know today. And just as the LVMH family, we're going to be testing succession for real in this decade. this is a big thing for us to focus on as a group. And for me, I think, what are the lessons from other businesses that have transcended generations, and how can we start to uphold them? So we looked at the market capitalizations, we looked at their revenues, we looked at the earnings per share, and we did it at a period where we had the pandemic and post. And it was interesting what the results came up with. Prior to the pandemic, market capitalization wasn't as great for family-owned businesses. But then post, we saw that there was a huge surge, as you'd see on the graph there. You'd see it took a peak. Oh, those figures don't show so well. But you find them in Business Day. So please, that makes, you must get a copy of the newspaper. Eh? You'd see it takes a peak in 2022, post the pandemic. That's about 156% spike. Then we went on further and we looked at the revenues. Whilst the revenues for non-family businesses were much higher than family businesses, what we did was to then look at the growth rate. And we found that with family businesses, their growth rate, in fact, the acceleration from the revenues of the previous years was much higher in later years. So there was like a fast track. And I'm glad Jude is here as well. For your stock exchange, you need more of these family businesses there. Yeah? We then looked at the earnings per share. And by far, the earnings per share of family businesses outpaced non-family businesses. It has caused us to start to ask some of the questions we saw in the survey. What's the uniqueness about family businesses that's causing them to do all of this magic, but then we don't celebrate them as much as we should? And sometimes also you have the myth of, oh, in Nigeria, we don't have businesses that have transcended third generations. But the truth is, we do have. Last year, we had a leather family business, and they supply one of the biggest value chains in the luxury brands out of Kano. And they're in their fourth generation. And they sit out here in Nigeria. But what tends to be missing is we don't tell our stories enough. We don't collect the data. We don't share the lessons learned. We don't share the obstacles that they've gone through. And so sometimes some of our family businesses do fall aside. In fact, sometimes the theory I have is when you go into markets like our traditional retail markets, Ipori, Balogu market, you would know that there are resident family businesses there that hold the forte in those markets. These are family businesses. We just don't know their names. And sometimes they're not formalized enough to then be on the stock exchange. But they are family businesses, and they have gone through several generations and are putting children out in schools to gain even Western education. It's how do we then bring all of that education back into the system and hopefully change the narrative for Nigeria. So these were the findings we got, very interesting ones, and I really do encourage you guys to read it up. But on the next slide, what I've then done is to put out a holistic approach that I think most of these family businesses that we've worked for at PwC have used. And we've worked for them the years over 160 years. But we decided to take a holistic approach and to bring all of these nuggets into this infinity wheel. It's an infinity wheel that manages how you look at ownership and then how you look at the growth of the business. And in each of those spokes, you have specific areas that you need to definitely focus on. I want to focus very quickly on the left-hand side about managing ownership. And one of the key things there is around the purpose and the values. When we carry out strategy workshops, question number one, why do you exist? The why is the one that connects the generations. Once you've answered that, there is that intangible benefit, which we found was true for the family businesses that we tested. There is a long-term orientation that's unique to family businesses that makes them to continue to go forward. When we surveyed family businesses as well during that period, in terms of dividends and in terms of sacrifices that they made, shall I give out dividends even if my earnings per share is so high? We found that a lot more family businesses did not reward themselves, but actually, because they had familial bonds with their workforce, they tend to retain them. And that workforce can really be one of your greatest assets as well, in terms of defining the cutting edge that distinguishes you from non-family businesses. So with that said, I love to just mention that we do now have data in our local markets. When you go to universities outside, most times you don't see our Africa data, but what we're intentionally doing, and with my position as the Africa Family Business Leader in PwC, is to be very deliberate about gathering all of this. And with summits like this, we have the opportunity to share that. So again, I want to welcome you here. Thank you for coming here, and please be engaged, share as much as possible. We're here to learn as well. And do have a great rest of the day. Lele?
Thank you so very much, Esiri. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. I'm so very grateful that you brought up the very important topic of storytelling, right? The reason why we know all of these international family-led businesses is because the media prioritizes their stories. So I think as media practitioners, if we have media practitioners in the room, we have to prioritize telling our indigenous stories so that we too can have stories, global stories that people know about. So I'm very excited to continue this agenda, but I also wanted to just point out that you might notice that the furniture behind me is quite familiar. It's supposed to be a replica of a sitting room, right? Kind of like where you would have a family meeting with your family members. So I think that's a really nice touch. It's not going to be a super formal panel setting. And if you look behind me, you can also see some artwork and also across the room that you can feel free to purchase or just to admire if you like. So moving on, we'll be hearing from our partner and lead in this initiative, PwC. I'd like to welcome Sam Abu to the stage, who's a certified strategic planner, CSP with PwC Nigeria. And he focuses on strategic growth, transformation for businesses. His expertise in family business dynamics has positioned him as a thought leader in the space of sustainable wealth management. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Sam Abu.
Thank you, Lily, and good morning, everyone, and welcome. Let me add my words of welcome to Franks and Esiri. I was having a conversation with Esiri outside about an hour ago, and I said, Esiri, what about me? How do you help? How can you support me in transferring wealth multi-generationally? And Esiri's response to me was, you have to have wealth first before we can start planning the transfer. So I'm here to talk to you about family business, but I'm also keenly learning and how to build this wealth first so that I can transfer it. So, family businesses are the backbone of the global economy. More than over 70% of employment, wealth creation is generated from family businesses. In Nigeria, there are over 70% of small and medium-scale enterprises are family businesses. And these family businesses, these SMEs, contribute close to 50% of Nigeria's GDP. So you can see how crucial, how critical family businesses are, not to Nigeria's economy, but to the global economy. This summit that we're having here today over the next 2-3 days highlights the importance not just of preserving, conserving family wealth, but building structures and mechanisms to ensure sustainability across generations, which is something that we need to talk about as a significant challenge for family businesses. We are living in interesting times across the world. There are significant global disruptions that affect businesses across the world. And I want to talk about 3 of them. First, technological advancement. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, digital transformation. These technologies provide not just challenges, but opportunities for businesses to transform their operations, right? We are investing and consuming in ways that we've never done before. And for family businesses, you must embrace technology to transform your business. So technology is critical in that regard. The second is sustainability and ESG. Investors and consumers are increasingly focusing on sustainability and responsible business practices in their decisions. So this presents opportunities for you as family business owners to integrate sustainability principles into your business model to ensure long-term viability. And lastly, globalization and disruption. Globalization opens new markets and new opportunities to you. But it also brings competition and vulnerabilities. The COVID-19 pandemic was a stark reminder of how global disruptions can affect family businesses. So for family businesses, you've got to remain agile, innovative, and be ready and prepared for the next global shift, good or bad, that may affect your business. So that is quite important. Coming closer home to Africa, African economies face very unique challenges. Fluctuating commodity prices, inflation, exchange rate volatility, high interest rates. And if you come to Nigeria, you can add security, power, infrastructure, take your pick. You can add all of those to that mix. All of these factors present very significant and challenging business environment for family business to work in, right? And that is why it is even more critical that you begin to think very carefully about the strategies and innovations that you need to engage in your family businesses to ensure long-term success and viability. Some of these challenges that we have in family businesses, I think a series touched on them, and I'm sure everyone here is familiar with those problems that family businesses face: succession planning, transitioning from owner to the next generation is a challenge that many businesses face. We have data tells us that only 25% of family businesses in Nigeria have a succession plan. Second is governance and professionalism. How do you create that balance between family involvement and professional management? If you want to remain involved as a family, you want to maintain that family control, but you really need to build the governance structures and professionalism around your business that will guarantee long-term success and long-term viability. That balance is critical to long-term success. And lastly, balancing family values, traditional family values, with innovation. Innovation is key to success. But again, maintaining that family ethos, the tradition of what it means to own that business, what that business means for that family, is a delicate balance, right? So those are some of the challenges that family businesses face in Africa. But despite all of this, Africa remains one of the fastest growing regions in the world and has immense potential for investment, for innovation, and for economic expansion. And if you're here today as a family business owner, you are very well positioned to take advantage of those opportunities for the growth of your business and for long-term sustainability. Through strategic innovation, we've talked about that. You need to transform your workforce, embrace technology, reinvent your business model, and think about transitioning to the next generation. Next generation leadership, I heard Voke mention what we're doing about next generation, so I think you should embrace that as well. Estate planning, thinking about distribution of wealth, how you build the mechanisms to ensure that families are rewarded and remain involved in the business over generation in a way that is efficient for tax purposes and complies with local regulations. So we have, over the next 2-3 days, these are the conversations we'll be engaging in. How do you plan your estate? What challenges do you face? How do you deal with the macroeconomic environment that we face across our economies? And how do you begin to build the governance structures that will ensure long-term viability of your business? The success of family businesses is connected to the success of every economy. Every economy relies on successes of businesses such as those represented in this room. So I hope you take advantage of this opportunity, and I'm here to learn, and I hope you do the same as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. I think earlier you said that you haven't accumulated wealth, but you look pretty wealthy to me. So I mentioned earlier about the artwork that is here. The gallery is called LH Gallery, and Opeyemi is actually here with us at the back. So if you'd like to purchase any art, please see him at the end. So I'm very excited because we're going to make use of our living room right here. So if the tech team could please help me get rid of this for now. I'm very excited to welcome the moderator for this panel, a director at PwC Nigeria by the name of Chioma Obaro. Let's put our hands together for her. She specializes in capital markets and IPO advisory for family-owned businesses, and she has a very robust track record in financial advisory, and she, as well as providing valuable insights into navigating the complexities of public offerings. And I'll let her introduce her panelists.
Let's see if my mic is working. Is it working? Thanks, Lily, for that introduction, and good morning once again. So excited to see everyone. The first panel for today is focused on family businesses and exit strategy. Sam has mentioned the very crucial role that family businesses play within the economy, the significant contributions they make to the GDP, employment, wealth creation. It's endless. So being able to successfully navigate towards an exit, either through an IPO, a private equity, is very significant, and there are significant challenges also that that you see as you prepare for that. Despite all those challenges, IPOs and PEs offer a very viable opportunity for family business exits. And so being able to secure the funding you need, accelerate growth, and also diversify ownership in the family is part of the things that we'll be discussing in this panel. It is pertinent that strategic and operational adjustments are made as you prepare to exit. And to join me in robustly discussing this, I have the pleasure to invite on stage Nnennaya Ejebe. Nnennaya is a partner with Adenia Partners. You're welcome. Next to join us is Jude Chiemeke. Jude is the CEO, Nigerian Exchange Limited. Is Jude here? You're welcome, Jude. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome Rita Abengowe. Rita is the MD, AfriInvest Trustees. Welcome, Rita. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jude, you're in the midst of ladies, but I'm sure you do quite well. So, let me allow you to introduce yourselves first. I would start with Rita. If you can introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and let's get to know you before we get into the discussion of the day.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Rita Abengowe. I'm the Managing Director of AfriInvest Trustees Limited. AfriInvest Trustees is a subsidiary of AfriInvest West Africa, and we're licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission to provide trusteeship services to individuals, to corporate bodies, and of course to the public. That's the government, the federal, subnational government agencies. Prior to that, I was the head legal and compliance officer, chief compliance officer for AfriInvest West Africa. And before joining AfriInvest, I was the company secretary, legal advisor at Cardinal Stone Partners Limited. So as my sojourn in the capital markets has spanned over 12 years to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. My mic is still not working. Thank you, Rita. Let me move on to Nenia Ejebe.
Hi, good morning, all. Very glad to be here. My name is Nenya. I'm a partner at Adenia Partners, which is a private equity fund manager that has been active and investing in private businesses in Africa for the last 22 years. Adenia is a Pan-African investment firm, so we have presence in East Africa, North Africa, Southern Africa, and in both Anglophone and Francophone West Africa. I'm the partner in charge of our Anglophone West Africa activity, and I've been with the firm for 12 years. We are now investing out of our fifth fund, which is around $470 million in size. And we basically exclusively invest in family-owned or founder-run led businesses. So we have a lot of experience helping families transition, and look forward to sharing some of the experiences and cases that we have in our portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Nenia. And Jude, over to you. I think it's working. No, it's not.
All right, good morning, and thank you for inviting us to this event. Let me start by first thanking the organizers. We're truly happy that such event is going on. This is the second edition, and we believe that it is really necessary to highlight such enterprises in the country. So my name is Jude Chemeka. I'm the CEO of NJX Limited, the operating exchange that houses all the listed companies and the products that exchange trades. Nigerian Exchange has been around for a while, and I like to think that they don't really need any introduction in terms of what we do, as most of the companies that are really capitalized and doing great things are all listed on our platform. And we continue to drive innovation using technology to bring in international investors into the country. So we're helping to create employment. We're also helping government, because all these companies pay taxes, they pay dividends to investors. So we really democratize and create wealth at the NJX. I've been in the market since 1994. I've been at the exchange now for the last 5 years. Before that, I was on the operator side of the business, having worked across various firms, including AfriInvest. I was with AfriInvest for 11 years, Chapel Hill Denham for 3 years, UBA for about 5 years. So I'm really excited to be here, and I believe that the family business is, by definition, a business that is managed by at least 2 or more family members related by blood, will really do well by coming to the exchange to list, to be able to attract the much needed capital to expand their operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. I mean, while you're still with the mic, we can't continue with you. So what are the challenges that you envision family businesses will face as they make the strategic decision to exit?
Well, so for a family business, they are used to running a private enterprise. And so coming to the market, transitioning from private to public, poses quite a bit of challenge in terms of how the business is even organized, decision making. So there are plethora of things that they will need to face, from the way the accounting is done, their financials. They will have to ensure that they get that right in line with the regulatory requirements. But the first place to really start is to get a financial advisor, and there are quite a lot of them. You can find them on the SEC website, those that are approved to act in that capacity. So that gives them a holistic view of the things that they need to do, from corporate governance, which was mentioned earlier. They will transition from running their businesses based on their own entrepreneurial drive, but it has to now start running by policy, clearly established policies, making sure that they conform with all the regulatory requirements. But more importantly, because when you list, in the words of a former giant in the market, you technically undress yourself in public. So they have to be ready, in terms of accountability, in terms of ensuring that their businesses are run on proper ethical standards, to be able to adapt. And that could be quite challenging for businesses that are used to making decisions and not feeling really accountable to shareholders. Because now you have shareholders, and then you could come to a meeting, you could find during the AGM a shareholder maybe with 1,000 shares or less, because there's 100 shares that you need really, and could be asking very annoying questions, and that could be a challenge. But the good thing there is that it really makes you more accountable. And the value that imposes on the company cannot be overstated, because now, as a business, you need professionals to manage the business in a sustainable manner. Those managers will also be aware of emerging trends, emerging regulations, emerging practices. So your business will really benefit, because you don't want to go to an AGM and be embarrassed by some things that is going on that shouldn't be going on. But beyond that, there's also the elements of governance, corporate structure. So you're used to running your business. You then have to have a proper board that will then help you also grow that business. There are other requirements in terms of how you set up your boards. You can get all of that from the SEC website. It made some recommendation as to how a board composition should look like. But it's important to have a board because they have a very good role to play. Some could be maybe when you sell your shares, they could become board members as executive directors or non-executive directors. But the point is, you need other people to bring in their wealth of experience in ensuring that the business has a continuity plan. We talked about business continuity. I think the very thing it does is it takes away the running of the business from people's personal views, so to speak, to a more professional way of managing the business. And I think the last thing to also note is that when you are listed, or an IPO is usually a situation where a business that is privately owned now wants to raise capital. So you're talking about an IPO. So you want to raise capital largely for a business expansion. Debt is good for a business, and most of these businesses actually start by acquiring debt. But debt, as we have, especially in frontier markets like ours, could be quite burdensome because of longevity of the debt. So you're lucky to get 3-year debt or 5-year debt. Not so many businesses are that lucky, so they all end up with the banks 1-year debt, and it puts a lot of strain managing the cash flow of the business. So it becomes very important to then offer some of your shares to the market and then raise the required capital to expand your business and make it a little bit more sustainable. And the last point I want to make is, in terms of the assets that you will have, you could start. So family businesses are not necessarily migrating from a small scale, because we do have family businesses that are large scale businesses, but what you then do is to help you broaden the scope of your shareholding. So you now have institutional investors, you have retail investors, you have international investors, especially if you're coming to the NGX. We do have international investors that invest in the market, and that figure should be somewhere around 21% of total value of trades that are done. The point I don't want to miss is the liquidity it will then offer to your shareholders. So today, as a private business, private equity, venture capital, it poses strain in terms of liquidity. But when you list on the exchange, it gives you heightened liquidity. So those people can sell their shares easily. Year to date, we've traded over 2.1 trillion value of shares just from buyer to seller on the exchange. So there's a lot of liquidity that the shareholders of the family businesses will have that will also encourage more participation, so they will be able to raise more capital. Let me stop here because I'm quite passionate about the exchange and what we do, and I can just go on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. I mean, just listening to you, it's like you should just continue. I'll come back to you on the specific listing requirements, the benefits with cross-listing abroad as well, and how you can facilitate all that. But let's go to Nenaya. I know that your firm, Adenia Partners, you do quite a lot in the family business space. Can you share with us some experience you heard with family businesses that have either exited or successfully or unsuccessfully? What has been your experience?
Okay, sure. Maybe first start on, what brings an entrepreneur or a family business to the point where they're looking at attracting external capital, whether it's coming from a private equity firm or whether it's listing on a stock exchange. There are a number of reasons. You may be, your business may be at a situation where, like Jude was mentioning, you need to raise growth capital because you see expansion opportunities, and bank debt is not, it's not going to be able to take you there. So you're really looking for equity capital. So that's one. But there are many other, I would say, more life situations where you need to transition the shareholding of the business. At Adenia in particular, we kind of have a specialization working with older entrepreneurs who are thinking about retirement and trying to find a way to, basically be able to take a step back from day-to-day management, especially in situations where they don't have children who are interested or skilled in the specific area of their business. And so being able to find an investor who will give you, as an entrepreneur, some liquidity, one, like financial liquidity, but two, also the freedom and flexibility in terms of what you're doing every single day is another reason can bring a family business to that situation. So I just want to bring a case from our portfolio. In East Africa, we invested in a rose business called Redlands Roses. So this was a company that was founded by a horticulturalist who was actually an immigrant to Kenya. She came to Kenya and was actually a consultant working for various flower farms, advising them. And at a certain point, I think this was 25 years ago, she decided that she would start her own rose business. So these are growing rose for export that people, buy at Floor Shop, mostly exporting to Europe and Asia. And so she had built this successful business over the course of 20 years. And when we met her, she was in her mid-60s, and her children are now living abroad. She had grandchildren, wherever. And she was facing a situation where she wanted to be able to spend more time with her children and grandchildren. But then she had this business in Kenya employing 600 women. And, she had been quite successful. And so she and her husband were thinking, okay, what do we do with this farm? Where they had built the farm, the real estate had actually appreciated to the point where, and Nairobi County had grown to a point where the land could actually be easily converted into commercial real estate, residential real estate. And so one option they thought was, okay, we can shut down the farm, we can sell the land, and we can, take the money and then, be free to do our retirement. But in her heart, obviously, this was her baby, 20 years, 600 employees, and she was looking for someone who can help her get that freedom and that flexibility, but also keep the business alive. And so that's what we were able to do, partner with her, help recruit a professional manager to run the business. And in fact, what we've done now is grow the farm. We have expanded the farm by another 40% with her support. And now the business is growing and thriving. She's now living the kind of life that she is wanting to live in her, her mid-late 60s. So there are all kinds of situations that can bring people on board. But back to your question, what makes it successful versus not successful? I think it first starts with what Asiri was mentioning, purpose and values. Why does this business exist? And what are we as business owners looking to achieve from the business now and in the future, even beyond, when we're around. And I think we were well aligned with her that, yeah, she had created something really valuable, something that could be sustainable. There was a lot that she was doing, especially with her workforce that was predominantly female. There was a creche, there was educational funding for staff employees, all these kinds of things, when we decided to invest with her, and these are things that are important to her, we make sure that we continue to keep in the business because that's part of her, her value system. So I think those are what makes it successful. And unfortunately, there are some, I would say, bad cases or unsuccessful cases. I think a lot of times those are where the values and the vision aren't aligned. And, it takes time. And as a family business, especially if you're looking to partner with a firm, you should take your time to understand their objectives, understand their drivers, and make sure you have alignment in those values for it to be a success.
Thanks, Nenia. And let me come to you, Rita. So when do you think, in your experience, it would be proper for family businesses to start discussing potential exit strategies? What are those factors that they should watch out for that, that would indicate to them that it's perhaps time for them to start thinking of those exit strategies?
Okay. Thank you. I think the major consideration to start thinking about exit strategy is growth. So at the point where you're at the point where you know that you have to expand your business, you probably have to go into new market lines, have to go probably to restructure your business or even to pay or service your debts. You can start thinking about exit strategies. Sam had mentioned succession, planning. Sometimes, at the point where you've grown your business to an extent, but either there's confusion or there are no strong indication as to which family member has the skill, has the expertise to take over the business, and probably your only option is to sell the business either through to a PE firm or through an IPO process. Those are also some of the considerations that would determine whether or not you have to exit the business. Some other factors are maybe governance. Probably you have very poor governance structure in the firm or in your business, and you want to strengthen that. You want to bring in new skills, new direction into the business, and you have to expand it by going public or seeking private, maybe PE participation in your business. Some other considerations are, I've talked about growth. There are a plethora of factors. Judah talked about the stock exchange being a very good avenue in terms of accessing capital, which is one of the factors. You want to access capital for several other things, for expansion and all of that. So those are the considerations that will determine whether or not you want to exit into probably using the IPO strategy or selling out to a PE firm.
Okay, thanks, Rita. And maybe this might be a good time to get back to you, Jude. Just picking up from where Rita stopped, are there other considerations that you've seen that would prompt family businesses to start thinking of IPOs, PEs? What are some of these considerations? And based on your experience, have you seen these family businesses come to list on the NGX?
Yes, thank you. Of course, the bottom line for considering an IPO, there has to be a need in case of a family business wanting to retire, so they don't want people to run the business professionally. It's a compelling need to want to sell down some of their stake in the business, just de-risk it, and let other people also help continue with the journey. But beyond that, it's usually around capital for business expansion. And we've seen quite a lot of that. First of all, the exchange itself, Nigerian Exchange is a multi-asset exchange, so it's not so much about equities. There are also fixed income instruments, that family businesses can also exploit in trying to raise capital for expansion, especially around issuance of bonds. So we have 321 securities that are listed on our platform. We have 152 equities. We have 103 federal government bonds, and we have 42 state bonds and 42 corporate bonds and 8 state bonds. So states have also utilized our market to raise capital. So the consideration is business expansion, and I think because of the level of liquidity in the market, especially if you think about the buy side, the domestic PFA now have close to 20 trillion AUM under management. And so those capital could actually be deployed, and they are being deployed. And we've seen businesses that have come to raise capital in our market utilize that funding. So it's a viable funding pipeline to expand businesses. Now, from the exchange perspective, we do recognize that the segmentation of the businesses could differ. So we have different boards to cater to different needs of the businesses. So today, the main board at exchange perhaps houses companies that have market cap of 4 billion to 200 billion. And in that case, they need like 300 shareholders. Obviously, the business has to be in existence for 3 years on a profitability trajectory to be able to meet that requirement. But the premium board perhaps is where you have the most liquid companies, and we've seen family businesses even transition to that board. The name is quite obvious. And they have the highest level of governance, and they do have their ability to attract a lot of international investors. If you're doing huge projects, we're talking about mega projects that require a lot of capital. You certainly need investors, institutional investors that have the capability to be able to fund it. So you're not just coming to the market and then looking around for money. So you will find that to list on the premium board requires a bit more stringent requirements, because that's where you have governance in place now. And some investors will go to where companies that have respect for governance, especially around ESG related matters now. So that is really one of the ways family businesses can also benefit by. So it's not because you want to retire, so you want to sell the business. No, you could still be very involved in the business, but it's important to scale out the business. And even from a conviction perspective, I think most of the entrepreneurs don't want to grow a business that will sustain them for their lifetime, and then when they die, that business dies with them. I think a true entrepreneur will want that business to continue to do the things, especially because entrepreneurship itself is a hard journey. In an environment such as this, is really hard, and you don't want to do all that work, build some level of success, and there's nobody in your family that wants to continue. Perhaps your kids are not even looking in that direction. So in order to have that continuity, that becomes also a compelling reason to want to come to the market. And we've seen businesses that have done that, and they've utilized some of the boards that we have to raise capital. A case in point is Cutis. A very well-run business, a family business, but they've been able to transition. I think the founder just passed on recently, but that business is still on the exchange and is thriving, and they've been able to raise capital from the exchange. They've expanded their operation, and it continues to be a delight to investors because of the growth the business has provided to a lot of the investors that patronize the market. Before I leave the mic, it's also a case of what, entrepreneurs want to pass on some value. They care about their employees, and they have worked with these people over a period of time, and they don't want to retire, and then those people are now jobless, roaming around, haven't spent quite a bit of time. So that conviction could also be a reason why they need to come to the market to assess not just capital, but a structure that will ensure that the business continues to grow even without their active involvement like it used to be in the past.
Thanks so much, Jude. Let me come to you, Nenya. I want to pick your legal brains a bit. So this divestment does not necessarily mean outright dissolution of the family business ownership. There could still be significant ownership held by the family business while bringing in outsiders to expand, improve governance. And I do think that there could be some legal structures in place that preclude those outsiders from selling, perhaps with a first right of refusal to the family. What are some of the structures that you think these family businesses can explore?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, definitely anytime a family partners with a private equity firm, there will be a shareholder, and both are retaining an interest in the business. There should be in place a shareholders agreement that talks about how the business will be governed, how seats will be appointed on the board, and what decisions will shareholders vote and make, and what decisions the board will be in charge of, and what decisions will be left to management. So I think that is a critical document that that is negotiated between the two. Obviously, with private equity firms, depending on the source of the capital, for us at Adenia, I can speak for ourselves, we do have a requirement to provide liquidity to our investors after a certain period of time. So for us, it's our typical investment hold period is between 5 and 7 years. So upfront, before we invest, whilst we're talking about the shareholders agreement and all of those things, we need to come to agreement with our partners about how we will get liquidity at that point in time. So in some situations, you can negotiate, a family can negotiate a right of first refusal. At Adenia, we typically, that wouldn't be something that we would like to agree to because it does limit our options in terms of exits. But there are firms that could be open to such terms and arrangements. But I guess maybe the question I would leave for or give to the family or put to the family is, who will be there at that point in time, whether it's 7 years or 15 years or whatever the time horizon is for that transaction or that partnership. Who will be there to buy the shares? What will be their funding? And really, what is the objective of the partnership at the end of the day? Is it, are you just seeking growth capital? Are you looking to professionalize the organization, attract different types of talent? Are you trying to bring on board strategic partners, technical partners, commercial partners, et cetera? And I think those are basically what is the objective of the partnership. I think that's what should drive the discussion for the shareholders agreement. But that is a very critical document, and it's something which is can be complicated to implement. Maybe that's something that will be discussed tomorrow at the Next Gen Bootcamp. But certainly when we see families go from first generation to second generation or third generation, those kind of formal agreements should be in place whether or not you have an external investor, because as the family grows and expands, you need to have some kind of clarity about how decisions will be made so everyone sort of understands the rules, the rules of the road, and there can be some sanity in terms of decision making.
Thank you. Thanks, Nenya. So Rita, I'll come to you. I know at Meristem Trustees, you also manage a lot of these family businesses, who set up trusts and all. What has been your experience with these businesses post-exit? Is that something you have encountered as the MD, or what has it been like post-exit for these families that did a strategic buyout?
Okay. So it's AfriInvest Trustees.
Sorry, AfriInvest Trustees. Pardon me.
Yes, but before I answer that, I probably want to touch on the question you're asking in there about the legal implications. So I know that sometimes some companies or some families would probably include voting rights or shares that would have more voting rights. Pre-CAMA 2020, there used to be a class of shares called preference shares that has fixed dividend but do not have voting rights. But CAMA 2020 has changed that, so you can have voting rights as a preference shareholder in addition to your fixed dividends, and you can even have more voting rights as against ordinary shareholders. So if, for example, ordinary shareholders have one voting right, the preference shares will probably have two, depending on what is in the articles, so that would also give them an advantage and will be able to help them, maintain control over the businesses post exit. To answer your question, challenges post exit, right? Or benefits. So, well, the biggest benefit is the access to capital, like I had mentioned earlier, that would help them to, explore expansion, growth, and all. And invariably, that would also lead to more improved numbers, both top line and bottom line. Of course, you have access to capital. You've been able to expand your business, and so you are able to do more things that will bring in more revenue, for the business. The other is value creation. So as a PE firm, most PE firm that comes into the business comes in with management expertise, comes in with better governance structure that helps the business to better perform, and of course creates value, for the business. Another is the governance structure, like has been alluded several times in the room. So post-exits, you have better governance structure. You have a mix, of the family members being on the board. You have independent directors who serves as mediators between, the family members and other directors or external directors, and bringing that balance into the family business. But there are also some downsides. Sometimes the family business may be rigid in their approach in terms of change. They're used to a particular tradition, a particular culture, a particular way of doing things. So even with the new, inflow of capital and expertise by either the PE firm or through an IPO process, they still resist that change or still want to adapt to their normal way of doing things, which sometimes slows down the growth of the business. So post-exit depends on the governance structure, the management structure, even their ability to embrace change. Is that positives or negative? But in most cases, the positive side outweigh the negative side because they have access to capital and they are able to do better things with the capital to improve revenue.
Thank you, Rita. Time is against us, but just a final question for Jude. I know you talked initially about the listing requirements. Can you elaborate a bit on that, just so that the family business owners in the audience can understand what they should, prepare for as they, plan to list on NGX?
All right. So so we do have a couple of boards. So the main board is what most people are familiar with. To list on that board, you need to have a market cap of 4 billion. At the very minimum, 4 billion, maximum 200 billion. Above 200 billion, you'll be going to the premium board where you have the most liquidity. For the main board, you need 300 shareholders, the minimum 300 shareholders, 3 years track record, and a free float that is almost similar to the premium board, which is 20%. But in the case of the premium board, it's 20% of 40 billion value, naira value of the free float. So that also suffices. Then the growth board, where most of the companies will play, will be around 50 million to 500 million market cap. Free float is 10%, and you have 2 years track record from the core investor, and you need about 50 shareholders to start. But beyond all these segments, we now have the tech board, because we do recognize that you have tech companies. So the tech companies, we have the big tech and we have the fintech. The fintech will be market cap for the fintech will be 420 million. That will be the threshold for the fintech, and then for the big tech, 42 billion. The difference is for the tech companies, you don't need more than 10% free float, and you don't have to be in profit, because we do realize that tech companies don't really have profit projections like the normal companies. So those ones don't have the profitability requirement that the growth board or the main board or premium board will have. And then we recently have the impact board, where we list mostly bonds. I talked about the exchange being a multi-asset exchange, where you can raise bonds as well as equities. And that is really around ESG for companies that want to raise green bonds. That can be done very easily utilizing that platform. We do have 2 corporates that are there. Federal government is also there, and they have issued quite a bit. In terms of capital facilitation that we do at the NGX, year to date, away from the banking capitalization, we've been able to mobilize 5.7 trillion naira for corporate government to be able to expand their operations. And so we have instruments that are also peculiar that could be utilized apart from the sustainability green bonds. Also are very huge on Islamic finance. So today, the federal governments have been able to raise over 1 trillion naira utilizing the sukuk. So family businesses can actually begin to look at all these instruments just away from the traditional equities. They can actually raise sukuk to finance specific projects that are Sharia compliant, and they can also raise green bonds to raise for the deployment for projects that have green sustainability attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. Time is against us. I think we can only take one question from the audience. If there's anyone with a question. I see one hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to get a clarification to the moderator and the panelists, because there is this constant reference to exit strategies for family businesses. So does that mean venturing into the capital market is a reflection of total divestment from the family business? I mean, like, is that a complete switch from family business to another kind of business? I think I need a clarification over that.
Who's the question for? Okay. All right.
Okay, so from my understanding, so it's not that the family business is giving up their business. I think it is really more around what strategies they can utilize to be able to scale and to be able to also ensure that there's continuity and sustainability. We're talking about wealth transfer. So where the original entrepreneur that set up the business is no longer active, what then happens to that business? So these are part of the strategies that they can deploy. And there have been cases, documented cases, even on our exchange, where family businesses have listed and they are still quite active in the management of those enterprises. The only difference now is it's taking up a new trajectory. Whereas in the past, it could have just died with the dream of the entrepreneur. But now the business has taken a new life. They have professional managers, they have boards, they are going according to the right accounting standards, having the right governance framework, running a company by policy, and that ensures the continuity of that business, even with the exit of the original founder of the business.
Thank you. I think that's all we can take for now. And I want to appreciate you, Rita, MD AfriInvest Trustees, Nenia, partner, Adenia Partners, and of course, Jude, MD NGX. Thank you so much for being on the panel. Thank you.
So we'll just take a panel picture and we'll move on to the next parts of the event. And I introduced you as a director, Chioma. Chioma is actually a partner at PwC, so my apologies for that. All right, let's put our hands together for that great panel session. And thank you so much to our moderator, Chioma, for such a great job. So before we get to our tea break, we have rejigged the agenda a little bit, and we'll be taking the keynote, one of the keynote addresses now. Let's put our hands together, please, for Dr. Isa Omagu, who's a divisional head, Services Industry at the Bank of Industry, Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. So I was told that I have 5 minutes, but the invitation of God said keynote address. So, and recently I learned about lightning talk. So this is a lightning talk, and from literature review, lightning talk is between 5 and 7 minutes. So I had to negotiate with the MC that 5 minutes, before I finish talking, 5 minutes will be over. But so you guys have to bear with me if I speak. So eventually she agreed for 8 minutes. So I'll try and keep it short within 8 minutes. I'm here presenting the MD of my bank, Dr. Olashukbo Olusi. By virtue of our ownership, I'm a public servant. So we hear nothing, we see nothing, we say nothing. So whatever I do here this morning that is okay by you guys, the accolade should go to the MD of the bank and the government that set up BOI. But whatever errors I make, the errors are entirely mine. So, I came with a 7-page document to go through. And so what I'd like to start by saying is, we're talking about strategies for building and maintaining family wealth ultimately. And so just with this example I've given, one of the key things is communication. It's very important, whether it is within the organization or without it. Secondly, there's also need to negotiate. That's why I was able to buy 3 additional minutes to what is on the program. Hopefully, I may be able to extend to 10 minutes, that's 5 additional minutes. I believe that it is critical. Okay, so all protocols duly observed, as he was saying, public service. I just came from Abuja last night, so I always following protocols. Spend the whole time doing protocols instead of delivering the speech. Okay, so I don't know what protocols were established, but I stand by existing protocols. And what I like to say is that because it's such a lightning speech, I may not be able to go through the whole address as written for the MD of the bank. And that's why I say the errors are all mine. But I think it is critical based on one's experience over the years that the thing is to start small and start well. That's first of all. Secondly, it's important that you put in place 5 basic framework, things that you need to consider, whether you're going to do IPO, whether you're going to do M&A, whatever it is you want to do. And if you want to come to the bank to borrow money, for example, you need to have in place proper structure. That's what we talk about governance. You need to also establish processes that can stand the test of time, whether you're big, small, or medium. You also need to get the right set of people to be able to work with you in your family businesses, and so that it can outlive your own generation. Then, of course, these days, systems and technology are very critical to enable operations and make it be more operationally efficient. Lastly, and very importantly, the culture of the organization. What kind of culture are you enthroning, even as a one-man business? And how do you now scale that into a wider, how do you scale that to get more people to understand that they have the right work ethic to be able to deliver on value? After all said and done, I think what is critical, whether you're big or small, is the need for you to create value. Because once you're purpose-driven, value is created, money will come. But if you pursue money first, you may not be able to get a business that is sustainable into the future. So essentially, in terms of trying to at least read some of the speech that I've prepared, there are contributing factors to the success of family-owned businesses. But by way of statistics, 70% of GDP, global GDP, from a funnel approach, is due to family-owned businesses. 60%, average of 65 trillion is the revenues that family-owned businesses generate globally. And lastly, in terms of employment, and I think that's the lowest because in Nigeria it's more. 60% of employment globally is due to family-owned businesses. It just underscores the importance of family businesses across the globe, and they need to really, truly have this kind of a session to discuss how to make it sustainable. We talk about sustainability and about continuity. So going concern is critical. Long-term means that you have to be the structure that is sustainable. And to do that, there are a combination of strategic mindsets, so strategic actions and mindsets. There are 4 elements of the strategic of mindsets that are needed for businesses to be able to transit generations. One of them is purpose beyond profits. And I've already spoken to that with respect to creating value. There's also a need for long-term perspective. Start small, start well, but go the long haul. Third point to consider under mindset for small businesses is they need to have a cautious financial stance. I've had the opportunity or the privilege of working across all sorts of sectors in this market in the last 36 years. I used to be in Cooper Celebran, then I went to banking, then I went to fintech, then I went to run a telecoms company in Ghana. Then I'm now a public servant. So I think I have a sense of all the issues that you're likely to face. And if you look at it from a VUCAT perspective, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and the turbulence that businesses feel on a daily basis, whether big or small, there's need to really be very careful the way you combine your capital. And so optimal capital structure is very important. You have to be very careful about unnecessary leverage. And then efficient decision making cannot be overemphasized. Those are basically the four elements of the kind of mindsets that are required for businesses to be able to achieve sustainability or to operate on the long term. Now, these are not supposed to be seen in isolation with the what I refer to as 5 strategic actions. One of them is portfolio diversification. It's very important because especially when there's such a VUCA situation, if you're more diversified, the likelihood that you're going to weather the storm is much higher. So one of the strategic actions, in addition to the 4 mindsets that I've just spoken to, is the need for portfolio diversification. Then there's need for dynamic resource allocation, efficient investors and operators. Apart from creating value, the people that you're going to bed with, you must share similar values. Otherwise, before you know what's happening, you wake up the following morning and the guys have done cowboy against you and you're gone. Meanwhile, all your dreams go to the drain. The 4th strategic action that is also required is excellent talent management. If you fix the people, you fix the business. So you can never go wrong with really investing very aggressively in talent. And I mean, I've worked in a place before where we consciously build talent from training school. They come out of school, regardless of where they went to. Some of them from the village universities are even more hungry. So it's better to get them on board because they're not in a hurry to leave to Japa. And then, but you also build slack into your staffing. So that way, even when they go, like those that are in banking, what we call core current account balances. So you have your organization as a pipe where you have talent passing through. So you have enough and there will be capillarity. So some of the talents will be retained within the system. So you have a critical mass at any point in time that can deliver on help you to create value and continue to not only create it, but you have to capture it and deliver it for the ultimate benefit of your organization and of the country and ultimately mankind. Then, so there are examples, case studies. The Ferrero family under excellent talent management, the Mars family, and then there's also the need for strong corporate governance processes. That cannot be overemphasized. And I think some of the panel members spoke to the issue of governance structure. I think governance is extremely critical, and it makes it. I tell people that I did a program one time somewhere. One of my professors said, give us a list of funds and sectors and countries where the monies were going to. And I didn't say anywhere in Nigeria. The program was in Cape Town, South Africa. And I said, so what's going on here? He said they can't find credible vehicles. So credibility of vehicles is very important. This issue of I want to start, showing off that I've already arrived. Some people come from village, they get a job in Lagos, they live in Face Me and Face You, for those that know, and then they want to show up very quickly and start buying flashy cushion share and stuff. And that's what businesses also do in real life. So it's important that you start small, start well, and build very credible businesses. And one of the critical conditions is they need to have the right structure, put in place the right processes, get the right set of people, look for technology to enable it, and put a culture that is that of integrity and that of excellence. Case studies under strong corporate governance. Tata, the founder just died, may so rest in peace. Tata is an example of a company that started as a small family business and ultimately put in place very strong governance and was able to grow to is it behemoth? IKEA is another one. I love their furniture, simple and affordable. They're a Ford family. In conclusion, building and maintaining multi-generational wealth in family-owned businesses requires the combination of the mindsets and strategic actions. This will ensure a robust and efficient operation of the business, nurturing enduring value. Value is very important, and fostering sustainable growth. We're talking about long-term sustainability here. Businesses that have employed these core elements and principles have continually moved along every metric of performance. The secret for a family-owned business That's a long-term perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omago. I think as well as a public servant, you may want to consider a career in comedy as well. Maybe that could be your retirement plan. But thank you for that wonderful speech. We're now going to go to a tea break for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and with panel 2. So please go outside and have some tea, and please come back in 5 minutes. If everyone could please take a seat, we need to get started. So please kindly make your way inside.
Let me look. Where's booking? The presentation, the one that we're making later. Just want to know.
Oh, booking is right behind us. If we could please take a seat, we're about to get started. Is she here? Okay, let me come to the front. Yeah, but oh, okay. No. Actually, that would be nicer. Actually, if you would do that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that you enjoyed your tea break and that you had some good snacks, but we're ready to get started again. So if we could please have one room, and you can continue your side conversations afterwards. So if everybody could please kindly take a seat, the program is going to commence again. So we've heard from different experts, we've had keynote addresses, welcoming addresses in our first panel. We're getting ready for our second panel, which is focusing on sustainable wealth and what it means to balance profits and purpose in family offices. Very excited that PwC is continuing to partner with us on these panels. And please welcome the moderator for this panel, Abisola Atitebi, who is a partner at PwC Nigeria. She has expertise within the family office, as well as sustainable wealth management strategies that align with profit and purpose. Let's put our hands together for her, please.
Thank you very much. I think I have something.
Just have this in case.
Okay. All right. This works. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much. This is a privilege for me to be here. I always see it as an opportunity to talk to people is always fun for me. My name is Abisola Atitebi, and we're going to talk about family offices today, right? It's not a new concept. It's probably decades old, but it's not prevalent in Nigeria. I'm going to talk about that. We're going to see the benefits that will come out of that if you're using family offices. And I have amazing experts, titans in that industry, to talk to us today. I'm going to first of all call on my panelists. I'm going to call Mr. Austin Avuru. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Austin Avuru. Welcome. And I'm also going to call Kemi, or I don't want to mispronounce your name. Kemi Ojenike, please. She's the CEO of Meristem Family Office. Mr. Austin Avuru is the founder and the chairman of AA Holdings. I also have online, Johannes Rettig is the PwC director in the PwC EMEA office, and I think is dialing in from Germany today. Can you hear me, Johannes?
I can hear you. I can hear you very good.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Now, a brief introduction to family offices. Family offices are not your typical investment firms, advisory firms. They're basically entities that service high net worth individuals, and they provide holistic services to them. It's not just about financial planning. It's not about the profit, right? It goes beyond that. It goes into succession planning, estate planning, tax planning. It helps in the education of the next gen. So really, it's almost an intersection between managing wealth and managing the family. But you hear from these experts when they share their experiences and share their stories. But I'll first of all ask Johannes to take a presentation. He'll take a presentation about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and then we'll come back to the panel discussions. I hope you enjoy his presentation. Johannes, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Abisola. A very warm welcome. I'm dialing in here from Lake Garda in Italy, and unfortunately I was not able to make it in person with you in Nigeria. So very warm welcome to all of you to my presentation on sustainable wealth. As it relates to family offices, drawing on insights from PwC's latest annual Global Family Office Deal Study. First, a few words to introduce myself. I'm Johannes Rettig, a director in PwC's family business team. I have many years' experience of working with owner and family-run businesses and family offices. As PwC's EMEA Family Office and Deals Leader, I support our practice worldwide and especially in EMEA with regard to all aspects of family offices, including their investment strategies and transactions. My role includes formulating and driving PwC's go-to-market strategies in this highly dynamic and fast-growing sector, providing family office with tailor-made investment opportunities and managing and monitoring our business activities and performance. I'm delighted to have been invited here today to speak to you about family office deal and investment activity in general, and more specifically, about the increasing involvement in sustainable wealth and impact investing. Let me start by defining what we mean by sustainable wealth and how it differs from traditional wealth management. You'll have a chance to review these slides in detail later, but just to summarize, sustainable wealth is essentially about managing and growing wealth in a way that's environmentally and socially responsible, targeting long-term value creation rather than short-term gains. It generally involves three main themes. First, evaluating investments based on environmental, social, and governance criteria. Second, impact investing, seeking to generate positive social or environmental impacts as well as financial return. Third, ethical considerations, avoiding investments in industries regarded as harmful like fossil fuels or weapons. By contrast, traditional wealth management focuses mainly on maximizing financial returns rather than considering the wider impacts of investments. So that's what we mean by sustainable wealth and impact investing. But why are these so important to family offices? Essentially because they enable family offices to strike a balance between profit and purpose, and thereby achieve 6 valuable goals. First, preserve long-term wealth and legacy by protecting and growing wealth for future generations. Second, capitalize on opportunities for impact and sustainable investment, something family offices are uniquely well positioned to do, given that there's often a close alignment between sustainability and family values. Third, mitigate portfolio risk and boost resilience by reducing exposure to environmental and social disruptions. Fourth, stay ahead of the curve on regulatory development, such as the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. Fifth, improve opportunities to attract and retain top-tier talent by demonstrating environmental and social responsibility. And sixth, amplify the impact of philanthropic and charitable efforts by creating a cohesive approach to delivering long-lasting positive change. Having defined sustainable wealth and why it's important to family offices, I now zero in on family office themselves and what our research shows about them as a specific type of organization. The first thing to say is that the widespread perception that family offices are all the same is completely misguided. Historically, academics have generally grouped family offices in 4 categories: single family, multifamily, embedded, and virtual. However, over time, evolving real-world practice has seen several other flavors of family office emerge, each with its own distinct approach, structure, and strategy. These include principal or family investment offices, principal or family investment funds, family investment holdings, and family business venture arms. In each case, the defining characteristic is that family wealth is the ultimate source of the capital being invested. That's why, for the purposes of our analysis of family office deals and investing, we include all of these types of entity in our definition of family offices. Another common misconception about family offices is that most of them are created through a cash event, such as a company sale. In fact, this applies to only 20% of family offices. For the other 80%, the original family business is still active as a source of wealth. In terms of ownership, the vast majority of family office owners have an entrepreneurial background in their own right, and just 5% are owned by heirs. There's also a growing proportion of family offices that are owned by tech titans or hedge fund managers, the so-called Wall Street billionaires. This background or heritage can influence where and how they invest. Finally, looking across the universe of family offices that we've analyzed, we find that more than 75% of them have been established in the 3 decades since 1993, and some 50% since around 2006. So they are mostly quite young entities. Having defined what family offices are, let's take a look at how they are distributed across the world. As revealed by PwC's comprehensive data insights into family office deals and investments. We've been researching family offices for well over a decade. During that time, we've identified and built up a unique database of more than 11,000 family offices worldwide to fuel and inform our analysis and insights. No other consulting firm has a comparable resource. Where are those family offices located? As you can see, the bulk are in North and Latin America, followed by Europe and Asia Pacific. Then we have smaller concentrations in the Middle East and Africa. As well as having the biggest share of family offices, the Americas region also has the highest average assets under management, ahead of Europe. The Middle East ranks 3rd for average assets per family office, narrowly ahead of Africa and well ahead of Asia Pacific. But looking globally, family offices' huge collective investment power is shown by the fact that 30% of them manage assets of at least $1 billion US. That's a lot of capital ready to invest. Now, for a drill down into the findings from our latest study and analysis of family office deals, I then go on to explore how sustainable investing fits into their overall deal flows and investment strategies. So, this chart shows family office investments over the past decade by both value and volume. Into all 4 of the asset classes we analyze: startups, real estate, funds, and direct investments, or M&A. Clearly, the overall trend has been downwards for the past 3 years, but the volume and value of family office deals hit all-time high in the second half of 2021. But since then, they have declined for 5 consecutive half years. However, we can see that the speed of the decline has slowed down significantly since the second half of 2023, suggesting that it may be starting to level off. Now, of course, the counterpoint for investments is exits. Figures on these can cast an interesting light on family office overall deal activity. In this chart, I've striped out transactions involving funds to track their exits by both volume and value from startup, real estate, and direct investments or M&A. As you can see, after a brief uptick in the first half of 2023, the number of exits by family office is now undergoing a gradual decline, including slipping by 7.8% in the first half of 2024 from the previous 6 months. By contrast, the total value of exits saw an upswing slightly later in the second half of 2023, but has fallen much more sharply in the first half of this year, slumping by over 18%. What does all this mean in terms of the balance between family office investments in startups, real estate and direct investments, M&A, and their exits from those asset classes? Here are the next figures for the volume and value of family office investments over the decade, set against the volume and value of the exits. Looking first at volume, you can see that since its peak in late 2021, the net number of investments by family office has fallen by nearly 80% to just 1,151 in the first half of 2024. And on value, the total value of exits by family office overtook the values of their investments in mid-2023 for the first time, and the position has remained the same this year. So currently, the effect is that family offices are gradually withdrawing from these asset classes. Turning to the asset classes to which family office allocate their investments, this chart shows the balance of family office deal volume between startups, real estate, funds, and direct investments or M&A over the past decade. As you can see, the balance has shifted significantly over time, with the overarching trend being a move away from real estate, which dominated family office portfolios 10 years ago, and towards startups, which dominate today. The tipping point came in 2018, when the number of family office startup investments overtook those in real estate for the first time, a situation that has continued ever since. After those two asset classes, fund investments ranked third. Offices and around whether they prefer to invest alone or as part of a club alongside other investors. First, looking here at deal size, we can see that this year has seen family office preference shift sharply towards smaller deals, with a 9 percentage point decline in the proportion of large deals between 100 and 500 million US dollars in the deal flow, and a corresponding 9 percentage point increase since the end of 2023 in smaller deals under $25 million. Turning to the method of investment via sole or club deals, we find that the club deals have largely dominated family office deal flow in recent years, having overtaken sole deals for the first time in 2018, and then peaking at 73% in the first half of 2022. Also in the first half of this year, the share of club deals saw a sharp increase on the level in late 2023, rising by some 13 percentage points to 68%. So what does all of this mean, and how does it relate to sustainable and impact investing? Here my frequent conversations with family office provide some useful context and insight to help explain what's behind the numbers, and more specifically reveal the factors that are fueling the trends towards smaller deals, club deals, and investments in startups as an asset class. What family offices are telling me is that all of these trends reflect the growing influence of the upcoming next generation of family business owners, people we call the next gens. I'm hearing that this younger generation don't want to work in the traditional family business, but would rather have an active role in the family office, which they regard as a more stimulating work environment. And when working in the family office, they are especially interested in investing exciting, innovative startups in sectors like biotech, digital tech, and clean energy, which leads to them making smaller investments, usually jointly with other investors. And guess what? As members of the younger generation, they are also more interested than previous generations of their family in sustainable investments and impact investing. This is a significant change and represents a new era for family office investment. It will also be a major theme of the next edition of our Global Family Office Deal Study. Let's now take a closer look at this seismic shift, starting by defining what we mean by sustainable or impact investments. As I'm sure you know, sustainable or impact investments are made with the aim of generating both a financial return and a positive and measurable social and or environmental impact. These twin goals can be achieved through investments across several asset classes, including family office core focus areas of venture capital type investments in startups, real estate, funds, and direct investments or M&A. Within these asset classes, 6 areas are especially important for sustainable investment and are attracting growing interest among the next-gen family members who are increasingly directing the investments made by their family offices. As you can see, these 6 areas are sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, microfinance, affordable housing, healthcare, and education. To give you some hard evidence of the shift I've described towards impact investment by family offices, this chart shows the rising in proportion of impact investments in family office overall deal flow by volume over the past decade. As it shows, the past 10 years have seen family offices increase their impact investment almost continuously year on year across all asset classes. A major tipping point was passed in the first half of 2022 when sustainable investments overtook traditional investments for the first time, accounting for more than half of deals, and they have strengthened their hold since then with a share of 55% in the first half of this year. Turning to deal value, the growth picture for impact investing is less clear-cut and a little more volatile. However, what shines through is that there has been an overall steady increase in the proportion of capital invested by family office in impact investments over the past decade. This share hit a decade high of 60% in the second half of 2023 and remained at a still impressive 56% in the first half of 2024. On a personal note, this high proportion of sustainable and impact investments certainly reflects the flow of investment opportunities that I see going across my desk in my daily work, with a steady stream of investment in areas like solar and wind energy and agriculture. Breaking down family office sustainable and impact investments across different sectors by deal volume and value, we find that they are making sustainable investments predominantly in education and renewable energy. Education is especially dominant in terms of deal numbers, accounting for more than 1/3 of sustainable investments by volume, while the value of sustainable deals is more evenly spread across the various sectors. However, on both measures, investments in affordable housing remain relatively fairly limited today. So, based on our research and our extensive experience of advising family office on their investment approach and strategies, how do we think they can be future ready for a world dominated by sustainable and impact investing? Here are 4 steps that we believe family office should be taking today to prepare for successful investments in sustainability going forward. First, define a clear vision, strategy, and long-term goals around sustainability, aligning the family values with environmental and social impacts. Second, design a structure that integrates sustainability into their overall operations and investment strategy. Third, implement sustainable practices, including through digital transformation, and embed sustainability into everyday operations. And last but not least, identify the right KPIs to monitor progress towards sustainability goals and support continuous improvement and growth. We offer services that can help family offices with all of these steps. And indeed, we are supporting many family office clients worldwide in navigating them today. Yeah, here's a quote that I collected from one of my clients. The overall message that we shouldn't forget that the next generation will continue to drive sustainable investments while finding their place within their family investment offices and ecosystem. To sum up the story I've presented to you, here's a quick recap of the main points. Many next gens find it much more interesting and attractive to work in the family office that safeguards and grows their family's wealth, rather than in the family business that generated that wealth in the first place. So their influence on their family office's investment strategy is much stronger than previous generations. As these next gens take up roles in their family offices, they are looking to invest for positive social and environmental impacts as well as financial returns. While doing this, they want to reduce the risk for the family by joining forces with other investors, a preference that's driving the clear trend towards club deals. They also find it more interesting to invest in new, innovative technologies rather than borrowing old real estate. So they are also driving a shift from real estate to startup investments, often involving relatively small amounts of capital. And in each of these focus areas, they are often able to draw on relationships they've built during their time at university, helping them both to find joint investors to partner with on club deals and also innovative startups to invest in. All of this explains why the future for sustainable and impact investments by family offices is bright, and I believe getting brighter. That concludes my presentation on sustainable wealth and family offices. I hope you find it interesting and informative. I'll now be delighted to hear any feedback you may have and respond to any questions you'd like to ask. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Johannes. Very insightful, and I can see a lot of people taking notes, including myself. But before we start and we start talking, we need to do introductions, right? So I would ask Kemi to start, and then Mr. Vuru. Please introduce yourselves.
Thank you so much, Bisola. My name is Kemi Ojenike. I lead the family office subsidiary of the Meristem Group. And we set up that subsidiary because for over 2 decades, we have helped families and individuals to build wealth. But then we realized that there is a missing link. After the wealth has been built, what happens next? What happens particularly when the leaders and the founders are no longer in the picture? We realized that there was a big worry in the heart of these founders, individuals, families that have spent decades, time, energy, sweat, blood, and tears building these businesses. And they were really concerned about what happened next. And so we decided that it was extremely critical for us to present a solution that helps them through that journey and equips them with the right perspective, the right structure, and the right tools to ensure that their wealth is preserved across generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See, I've been very pensive since listening to that very enlightening presentation. It just tells us that there's a lot of consultation we have to have between us and Pricewaterhouse and probably Meristem. I'll tell you a story very briefly. My name is Austin Avuru. I spent all of my time since graduation in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. I did my first 12 years in an NNPC and then worked for, I went to the private sector, worked for another 10 years for another oil and gas company. And then co-founded a small marginal fuel company called Platform Petroleum. ran it for 8 years, and then went on to co-found Seplat Energy. Now Seplat Energy was Seplat Petroleum, and ran it for 10 years. And as I was preparing to retire, I had to ask myself, what next? And I decided I was going to set up a family office, which essentially is an investment company. And as the presentation pointed out, the difference between a family office and probably a private equity firm is that the family office utilizes its own funds, its own revenues from whatever else he had created to then drive his investments. So we set up AA Holdings 4 years ago when I retired from Seplat. So we're just 4 years old, so you can see why I'm learning just as much as you are. But we set it up properly. We were helped by both lawyers and Zedra. Zedra used to be part of Barclays Wealth. They spun out of Barclays Bank. So we set up AA Holdings. And so every other thing that I had created, my interest in Seplat, my interest in Platform Petroleum and a few other investments, we then migrated all of them into this family office. And so we run the family office with the revenues from previous investments. We then decide what investments to make. So it's an investment company. And we create there 4 areas, our traditional area, oil and gas, upstream and midstream. We're into agriculture. We invest equities investment in the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and then real estate. So those are the 4 areas. We go to our website, we're specialized in those areas. And then a very critical arm of our family office is our foundation that runs our philanthropy. That's AA Foundation. Now, philanthropy, we are in 3 areas. In education, we just built a Jesuit secondary school in Delta State. Same thing as the Loyola Jesuit in Abuja. It's the 4th one in the country. So we built it 4 and handed over to the Catholic Church, the Jesuits. We had earlier built a hospital, also handed over to the Catholic Church. So our foundation is a very critical element of our family office. Where it's, as we plan our investments each year, there is a specific allocation of investable funds to the foundation to invest in these areas, which is healthcare, education, and empowerment, just to lift ordinary poor people in the village out of poverty. So that's how we're structured. We'll run it for 4 years, as I said. We are learning. Just as they put it in there, we have a small team, a chief investment officer, very brilliant man, a young man we hired out of one of the investment banks. And we have a chief operating officer, a small team, a finance team. We don't have an HR department. Our HR is run by consultants. So essentially, that's how we're structured. Now, our family office is tied to a trust, private trust company. So it's actually, that family office is not owned by, it's owned by the trust. And like every other trust, the trust then has, so we have a letter of wishes that then talks about the beneficiaries of the trust. So my family, my wife, my children, including even my siblings, are beneficiaries of the trust. That's really all they're entitled to. So if we do any distribution, beneficiaries will get their proportionate share of the distribution. They don't even have to work in the family office. Family office is structured and run professionally. The people who employ to work there are not part of the family. My chief investment officer is not part of my family. So that's our story. I'm sorry that I took so much time, but that's how we are. Yes, thank you.
You've answered some of the questions. And I'll come back to Johannes. So Johannes has introduced himself, but I'll come back to Johannes on some of the things you've talked about. Johannes described or defined sustainability or sustainable wealth, I think slightly differently from what your own definitions will be. So I would like to hear your own definition of sustainable wealth. But it's both of you actually, yeah. But we can start from Mr. Avuru and then come back to Kemi.
Okay.
And he talked about the environmental, the ESG impact of it. He talked about impactful investing. What is sustainable wealth to you, and how has the family office, or how is the family office contributing to that?
Let me be, and it's a very touchy subject because people tend to see sustainable wealth only from the ethical point of view. But our definitions are the same. So specifically, sustainable wealth or sustainable investing is ESG compliant investing, ESG compliant wealth creation. ESG compliant means that you are adhering to the tenets of environmental, social impact, and governance. That's what ESG is. Now, this has become very important, not just from an ethical point of view, but it's been proven, and I'm sure your partner will eventually tell us that when you are ESG compliant, your businesses are more likely to be successful in the long term when you're ESG compliant, because you're talking environment, social impact, and governance. And so in your own interest, even as a business and as an investor, as an investment vehicle, you have to be ESG compliant. There are some investments you will make where you require to raise additional funds to put into that investment. If you are co-creating a business, the ones who will provide funds to you are likely to ask for your ESG compliance status. So increasingly, businesses are encouraged to be ESG compliant, not just because you want to be a good guy, but because that is the future of businesses and investing. So our definitions are not different. And as I said, a good part of our ESG compliance is then carried out by our foundation and our philanthropy, especially in the areas of education and healthcare.
Thank you. And I think that's a really important perspective to note, but we try to take a slightly broader perspective. If I was to describe sustainable wealth in the context of the conversation, I would say it's wealth that can stay long and travel far.
Multi-generational.
Multi-generational. It means that it has been deliberately structured to withstand shocks. It has a clear understanding of the real factors, the tangible and intangible factors that will impact on the ability of wealth to be lasting. And those factors have been built in, and risk mechanisms have been built in. One critical point I must make is that for wealth to be sustainable, it is extremely critical that there is a focus on more than the financial assets alone. Because the statistics are clear. The reason why wealth transfer fails is not because of poor investment decisions. It's based on human behavior. Factors like communication or a lack thereof, poor preparation of the next generation, a lack of trust. These are the things that translate to decisions that lead to the loss of wealth. And so if wealth will be sustainable, it has to be very aware of the risk factors and it has to cater to them. Now, how a family office would support in this can be demonstrated actually, and I would like for us to do that briefly to sort of help this conversation. And so we would like to deploy a one-question poll just to drive home the point a little bit and ensure that it resonates with our audience. One question, simply one question. And I would like for our audience to please participate and share their honest views, their personal views on this question, and give us their personal answer. If that the QR code can please be put up, just so that we can bring this conversation home and you can begin to think of how it actually relates and applies to your own family and your own journey to building sustainable wealth.
I think it's on now.
Do we have that up?
You don't have the code, even though I can see the question on my screen.
Okay, if we can scan, that's the question, but we can scan the code so that you can answer.
Yes.
And this is you answering, thinking about it and answering. What's the biggest threat to your family's wealth from your perspective? What do you believe is the biggest concern for you to achieve sustainable wealth? If you can please scan that, and then in the course of the conversation, we'll come back to sort of review the answers and discuss it.
Yes. And that's what we'll do. Please answer that question. And at the end of the day, we'll look at the answer and then, talk about it. I like how that B was the first one because we have a question around that. Now, you talked about the fact that there are various things that the family office will do. It's not just about the numbers. I would then ask you, sit in a multi-family family office. Yes. And Mr. Aburi is a single family office. Now, what other professionals do you have within your firm that actually support families?
Right. So family offices have a very peculiar role. Like has been alluded to so far, they kind of, and I think Johannes mentioned that as well, they vary from your typical investment firms. Because while your traditional wealth management is focused on investing, ensuring that resources are sustained, a family office is dealing with some, what you would sometimes consider nebulous dynamics, right? Like I had said before, you are managing a family, right? You're trying to ensure that the interests of the family are balanced. You're trying to ensure that the wealth is sustained for them. You're trying to capture the wealth creating ability of that family so that the success can continue, right? So a family office is almost like a rallying point of sorts that needs to go in, considering that no two families are the same, and determine what the families need and then structure around it. What that means is that you need a range of professionals depending on what the need of the family is. We have a few standard requirements, such as an investment manager, for instance, but not just any investment manager, one that can take a really long view. Because usually the typical business in the corporate setting will plan for 1 year, a fiscal year, 5 years, maybe 10 years. But here we're talking generations. So we're talking 25 years, we're talking 50 years, we're talking 100 years. So that investment manager needs to put on a slightly different thinking cap. Of course, you have risk managers as well, because I had said at the beginning that the things that will dissipate the wealth of that family is not money alone. Focusing on financial assets and strategizing around finances alone is similar to going on a long journey in a vehicle where you have paid a lot of attention to just one tire. And you're just kind of hoping that the others will get you there, but you're not paying attention to it. The chances that you will get there in one piece are low. So a family office is that rallying point that helps a family sort of from a third-party perspective, at least particularly a multi-family office, to view all the risk factors objectively and plan for them. And so you're talking legal advisors, like Mr. Avuru said, you're thinking even family wealth advisors, you're thinking communication specialists, particularly in families where you have complex dynamics, right? So essentially, the professionals that will be required will depend on the unique need of the family.
You know, as you were speaking, I don't know if you guys remember the movie Chief Daddy. It just came to my mind, where the man died and everything went into chaos, right? When you talked about the communication expert, I think that is so key, because there are complex families, wealthy, but there are complex families. I'm going to go to Johannes. Johannes, I'm going to come to you. What, in your experience, what governance structures do you see family offices put in place, right? Because you can have experts, but if there's no governance structure put in place for that family by the family office, you know, it's almost like it's going to be chaotic.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So in my opinion, so what do I see? Many family offices have their own family council. So to say, a central body where family members discuss and align on key issues such as family values, vision and strategy. It ensures ongoing communication and keeps the family united. So the next topic or the next element is to have a proper advisory board, a group of family members and external professionals providing strategic oversight and accountability. It helps to ensure that the family office operates efficiently and aligns with family office goals. Then, what is also important, to have a proper family constitution, a formalized document that outlines the family's mission, vision, values, and rules governing the family office. And so, as I said, I'm more focusing on investments for family offices. So there I see also elements in there like an investment committee, a structure to oversee the family office investment strategy, ensuring that decisions are made prudently and in line with risk tolerance and long-term objectives of the family. And what I also see is trust or estate planning committee, a committee responsible for estate and wealth transfer planning, ensuring assets are preserved for future generations and managed tax efficiently. So this is what I see in my discussions with family offices.
Thank you so much. So I hear family constitution, advisory board, I hear committees, right? Just ensuring that we have a set of rules that guide us on what we do. One of the things that came out of our PwC Family Business Survey is like long-term orientation that family businesses take. One of the things also that came out is the values, how values actually shape what family business do? I'm going to come to you, Mr. Aburu, and the question is, in your family office, how has your family values influenced your approach to sustainable wealth?
Thank you. I try to be extremely careful so that we don't confuse family office with family business.
Yes.
As I said, if you see the way our structure is, our family office, take it as an investment company. We define areas where we invest our own funds. This company is owned by a trust. That trust has a trust council, the trustees. These are members of my family. This company has a board like any other company, a few members of my family, including non-members of my family, and in particular, the executive directors that run the business are members of that board. So decision-making at this company level is by the board. The board is appointed by the trust council. So it's at the level of the trust council that family members have an opportunity to make inputs.
Yes.
Now, what drives us? For us, we believe, I personally, because I created, as I said, I'm very new, I'm just 4 years old, so we're learning as much as you are. But we believe, I personally believe, that wealth is a measure of value creation, unless your wealth is illegitimate. Otherwise, that wealth is simply the currency that measures how much value you have created. What problems did you seek to solve, and what solutions are you providing? So for us, value creation is critical. It's at the center of what we do. And therefore, going forward, it's important that we preserve the value that we've created. And so we're not looking for hot money. We're looking first to preserve what we have created and create some more as cautiously as possible. And that's also why I say a critical element of our family office is the foundation that invests in healthcare and education and upliftment. So for us, those are the core values. If you believe that creating value is critical, and that the more value you create, the measure of that value is wealth, and not the other way around, that drives everything that we do, and that drives our forward-looking approach for the businesses that we invest in.
Fantastic. And I'm going to stay with you, because one of the things that Ioannis talked about was impact investments, impactful investments. And the areas covered were education, healthcare. He talked about sustainable agriculture. Those are the three things you talked about that your philanthropy does. You also talked about empowerment. Now, one of the question I want to ask now is if you share a story. But one of the things Esiri talked about is, even though we have on that presentation, in Africa it showed 60. I was a bit pensive when I saw that. But I know that we have wealthy families who have had a way of managing their wealth. We might not see them in that 60, but they exist. So the question is, we want to share stories. So I would like you to share a successful story where you've been able to achieve societal impact and also generating financial returns.
Okay, so ours is slightly different. Our investments, as I said, are driven by value creation. Yes. And so our investments must produce returns. We will not accept loss-making ventures, otherwise we'll close them down. We're not investing for the sake of being famous for
So which could actually be one of your values.
Right.
Yeah.
However, the proceeds from our investments, apart from, and again, we invest in agriculture. We're running a fairly big, farm, vegetable farm, and then we also invest in healthcare. But largely, investment in healthcare is not really part of our portfolio of investments. It's through our foundation. So healthcare is very critical to us. So why I say we're slightly different is proceeds from our normal business investments, a good part of it, and it's part of our annual budget, goes into those impact areas of education and healthcare. But in terms of our investments themselves, like 4 areas of our investment, as I said, oil and gas is our traditional business, agriculture, real estate, and then we invest in the stock market. Okay, so from an investment point of view, yes, we do impact investing, because some of the areas we invest in, because value creation is our core, impact investing is also critical to us. But more importantly, proceeds of these investments we then send into those social impact areas of healthcare and education. That's our approach.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. One of the things I've seen, I think you talked about it, is sometimes multi-generational wealth doesn't go not because of the investment decisions, but because of people. But then again, we also have instances where the founders have started bringing the next gen into the businesses to then support and learn, right? Maybe again share a story where you have different perspectives from the family on how they want to manage their wealth, and how was that managed?
So it's very common, not unusual at all, and it's kind of expected. You have this first generation, this creating generation that usually have gone through really tough times. They have beat a lot of odds, right? And they have built something meaningful. Part of what they've done in terms of investing in their family and in the next generation is that they have given them the sort of education that they themselves could not afford. And usually what happens with that is with good education comes great exposure. And so you have the next generation being very well educated, being very well exposed, and exploring ways that they believe things can be done better. And so in coming into the business, they come with those ideas and those views, only that you have this business that has existed, perhaps all the lifetime of that child to that point. And then this child, as is usually still viewed by the parent, is coming in trying to change things. And then there's friction. So that friction is not unusual. But what we usually would like to explore, because again, it goes deep, it runs deep. The consequence of that sometimes is that you have the next generation become totally uninterested. They leave the country, they're not interested in the business at all. You have the founders, the matriarch, the patriarch being genuinely pained by this because they have a dream for the next generation to take over what they have built. And so our approach is balance. First of all, before you can achieve that balance, there has to be mutual respect. And what that means is that the older generation, first of all, the younger generation must respect what has been built and what it took to get there. And then the older generation, the creating generation, must also respect that the new views are beneficial, that their children, they have empowered them to have a voice. And that voice should be heard, because the idea is not for there to be a conflict, it's to find a happy middle, right? A nice balance that takes the enterprise and the family forward. So what we usually try to push is mutual respect. And from that, we birth communication. Because if you're communicating without mutual respect, you're kind of hitting a brick wall and you will not go far. And so what we try to do is we try to help the older generation understand the value of the perspectives of the younger. We try to help them see that it may not fit in the way that you would like it to fit in terms of them coming and becoming CEO after you, but they have a lot of value to bring. And sometimes it's a structuring issue, and you need to be able to identify that value and make the best out of it. So first of all, mutual respect. Also understanding, because what we tend to see is that the younger generation tends to be more impact-driven. And so they are more aware of social causes and initiatives, and they feel like the family should sort of support that angle a lot more, while the older is just thinking, how do we preserve what we've built? How do we multiply what we've built? What we try to help our families realize is that it's not mutually exclusive. Profit and purpose, it's not one or the other. As a matter of fact, sometimes you need, or most of the time, you need purpose to sustain profit. There are times when, and we've seen it in history, where a family's financial wealth may be impacted, but it is really truly sustained. The legacy of that family is sustained by the impact that they've done. Sometimes there's a reason why families favor creating, like he said, investing in education, building museums, building tangible, real things that will help to solidify their legacy. Because sometimes that solid investment that may not be financially profitable in the moment is what helps to sustain that legacy. It forms another type of capital, like reputational capital, right? Like intellectual capital, like values capital, that the family over generations can explore to revive and regenerate their financial assets. So it's finding a happy middle. It's achieving balance and ensuring that we are harnessing all we have without excluding any.
And I like that. I was going to ask Mr. Vuru to say something. And when he said perfect, I was like, okay, maybe it's a, but I would like to hear your thoughts about that because you are the current generation. Is it one like that?
Yeah, I tell you, I worry like anyone else about succession. I'm clear what we're creating, what we're building, both in terms of structure, in terms of vision. I have no way of knowing what will happen when I'm gone.
You know you don't.
Okay. I'm only hoping that I live long enough In fact, we have made provision for any of the beneficiaries to have the option of cashing out. You can cash out and your shares will be redistributed to the other beneficiaries. So really, we provided those, and we decided to provide those kind of flexibilities because I do worry that when you are gone, people coming behind you will have their own ideas. And if you don't manage those things well, like you have said, you can end up destroying all of that value that you painstakingly created. And so we created those flexibilities so that if, as my son or my daughter, you turn out not to be interested, or you even hate what they're doing, you can cash out, take your money and go. And then the rest, those who have a passion for it, can then continue along the vision. As I said, if I'm lucky to live long enough, would have created enough culture within the business that those who will be interested in moving forward will know exactly what to do. Those who are not interested can take their cash and run.
I like that. Maybe why, we had a question earlier about in-laws on a lighter note. Maybe that's why the answer was no, But I think in my other life, I'm also a risk manager. And I think what you put there is actually a risk management strategy where you have professionals managing the business itself, and all you only have at the trust level are beneficiaries. And then people who actually run AA Holdings are actually board members who are also professionals. I'm going to come to you, Ioannis, and the question is around succession planning because Mr. Avru talked about it. In your experience, what different approaches have you seen in family offices concerning succession planning?
Succession planning, it is in general similar to what we see in family business. I would describe it as a family-centered approach in which family members take leadership roles in the family office. Second is outsourced managed approach in which management roles are handed over to external managers, and the family concentrates more on governance and big picture strategy. So another is the hybrid model where both family members and non-family professionals are part of the leadership team. And last but not least, and this is the one I like the most, is I call it the merit-based approach. In this model, leadership positions are not reserved solely for family members, but are based on merit and capability and focused on the best talent from within the family or from outside. This is what I can share with you.
Fantastic. And those different approaches is what you do with the multi-family office, and that's what Mr. Avru does with the. That's his prayer, and it to be answered. Now, I'm going to take one question from the audience, but before then, I would like to see the answer to our poll so that my expert here can do justice to this and kind of help with. Am I still on family conflicts and disputes? Is this the final one? Okay, they're going to present it shortly, but we can see it here. All right. Okay, that was one of my questions. I didn't want to present it. I wanted to ask Ioannis that, but I mean, it's been a very open conversation, right? So we might as well ask the experts in the room. Okay, fantastic. How do you, can you go up? We can only see All right. So it's based on the highest. Family conflicts and disputes. How do you address this? I want to hear from both of you. I think, Mr. Avri, you kind of have a plan there, but let's even assume that there are conflicts. How do you manage that?
Okay. So what this survey tells you, exactly, the fact that the biggest concern, the biggest worry, and the biggest threat is not financial. And if that is the case, then we should not spend, or we should give just as much time to planning for the intangibles as we do for the tangibles. We create structures around money all the time, ways to multiply it, ways to manage it. But what is the strategy for managing this? It's not a burying your head in the sand approach. It's being very objective and understanding what your options are. And again, what Mr. Avuru said is very instructive. It's you being very clear that there are certain things that you can, because sometimes what you have is that it's a family business. It's like a part of the family. And there are certain dreams that the patriarch and the matriarch have. They want to see their children take over. They want to see family members be a part of it. But is it practical? Is it realistic? Is it the best for the future? That's why many times having an independent third party, someone else help you look from the outside and create structure around managing these threats. Because at the end of the day, like you've said, risk management is all about structure. It's all about deliberately considering the risk and creating the right structure. You do not have a crystal ball. You can't tell what would happen in the future, but you can do your best to manage human behavior and incentivize the right conduct.
I'm going to cut you short. When you finish, I also want examples. I want stories. I like stories. So give us an example. No, both of you.
Okay.
In instances where you've actually seen family conflicts, family disputes, and what you have done.
Okay. So I'll use the example from the initial poll about in-laws, right? So one of the issues that families face is the fact that a child can marry a spouse that will have significant influence on them and cause them to take decisions that will impact the family wealth, or cause them to take decisions that will be detrimental to them. And so we've seen cases where families, patriarchs, have set up structures that cater for certain occurrences. So for instance, if a family member marries someone and there is an issue, a conflict, there are certain structures that when certain things happen, those structures are triggered. And an example is this. If, for instance, there's a dispute, there is the chance of, and these things are very clearly defined, say divorce proceedings, or there is evidence that there is some sort of conflict or manipulation. There are structures where that family member is frozen out of the trust, such that they cannot directly access certain benefits, but their needs are still catered to, such that if the goal of a manipulating spouse is to gain advantage, that sibling or that family member no longer has that advantage until that matter is resolved. There are protective measures that you can put. There are other examples that we see is where a patriarch or a matriarch is concerned about the drive, the motivation. They're concerned about entitlement. And so what they do is they set certain conditions. If you are able to do certain minimum things, then you unlock certain benefits. It's very clear, very practical. If you don't do this, then this benefit is not available to you. It's you trying to influence conduct. We have situations where initially the next generation child was kind of hesitant, but by the time they started doing it, it actually started to modify their conduct beyond just wanting to meet that requirement. And so the point is, if you consider intangible factors significantly and you build around them, the chances of loss happening is minimized. You're able to mitigate the risk.
I like that. You see, stories bring it home, right?
I told you that this is what I lose sleep about. You saw from the survey there that some 60% of the problems come from family conflicts, a useless hair taking over. So it's all about succession. But as I also said, this is owned by trust. And we have a trust administrator in addition to the trustees and the trust council. The trust administrator, Zedra in our own case, is a SEC registered and regulated trust management company. And so they step in such, and that's what they're supposed to do, even when I'm not there. So there are rules that govern what you can do and what you cannot do, even at board level, and what you can be entitled to and what losses you can suffer at board level. That's why you have a well-recognized and well-regulated trust administrator. It's regulated by UK's SEC. So that's one of the things we have built in to take care of those. So we haven't built a structure that envisages that there will be no problems. We built a structure that will be able to address the problems and resolve them when they do happen in future. But as I said, it's always your greatest fear. You're very clear in your mind what you're building. You don't know what the next person is going to do.
Absolutely. And you talked about in-laws again. Another movie came to mind. It's the movie on Gucci. I think it's called Gucci. I don't know if you've watched it, where the heir actually married someone, and the wife was very ambitious. And that caused a lot of friction, right? I think the heir actually lost everything, almost lost his life. That would not be what we would see, but I want to take questions, because I can see a lot of questions on people's faces. And they're here, they've been very open. So please, questions. Excellent, tell me. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for a very illuminating conversation. My question is to Mr. Avuru, and he did something. He made a delineation between family businesses and family offices, and I think oftentimes there's a conflation. My question is, are they two distinct concepts? And so a family business is not a family office, and a family office is not a family business. And if that's the case, are there linkages so that, is a family office able to transition into a family business or vice versa?
Well, thank you. So, as I said, a family office is an investment vehicle. The only difference between a family office and a private equity firm is that a private equity firm might attract investable funds from outside. But the family office uses its own meager or large resources for investments. So a family office might have investments in businesses that they do not even control, okay? Whereas a family business is a business run and controlled by members of the family. So in our portfolio, for instance, we are minority shareholders in a number of businesses. In some cases, we simply have a seat on the board. In our agriculture business, the greenhouse that we're building, we own it 100%. But again, that's an investment. So really, we are not a family business. We're an investment vehicle with only resources owned by the family to make investments. And as I said, we have investments in businesses where we're minority stakeholders. In some cases, we're not even on the board at all.
You want to add to that?
Yes, so essentially, a family office is a rallying point, and it serves the interests of the family. One of such interests could be the family business, right? So it's not the same as the family business.
The family business is where you make the money. That's the business. That's the business.
So, for instance, my wife runs a family business.
Yes.
That is an eatery. Which is Black Bell, a chain of restaurants. That business is not even part of our family office yet.
She separated it.
She will have to make a decision later whether to put it, whether AA Holdings will invest in that business and take it.
Well, she has to go to the trust first.
But today, that's the business, the family business that she owns and runs and manages. It's not part of the family office.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, just a question as a follow-up to the last question is, when Mr. Avuru was giving an introduction, it took him about 40 years to get to the point of putting a structure to his family business. Having done career, then investments, I would like to ask, from his experience, what would he have done differently? Would he have done it 20 years earlier? And what structures would he have put in place that he's getting to do, or he had to do at the point of setting the family office up?
No, well, I wasn't fortunate to start life setting up a family business and running it. That would have been a different story. I was a staff of NMPC for 12 years. That was career. I was earning a decent salary. Then I went to work for another company, Allied Energy Resources. I was a staff. Now, when I co-founded Platform Petroleum, it was not a family business. I wasn't the owner. I was a founder, CEO, and shareholder. When we founded Seplat Petroleum, Seplat Energy now, it was never my family business. I never owned it. I was a shareholder, CEO, ran it for 10 years. So I had a career that I have no regrets about. I think it was a useful career of spanning about 40 years. However, in retiring from my normal 8 to 5 job, I then decided that I would create a vehicle that will manage the things that have now become investments in the things that I co-created and ran and created value that is measurable. So in an attempt to create a vehicle to manage those investments, we've now ended up with a vehicle that is not just managing those investments, but continuing to make investments from proceeds of the investments that had existed or that come out of my career. So so it's not really about what I could have done differently. I think I'm fortunate to have been able to then create a vehicle that has ensured that my retirement is a busy one.
So your retirement was what triggered the family office, right? Which is now maintaining the investment he had in the decades that he has worked. Actually, when you were introducing, you were saying decades, 10 years. I was a bit, wow.
If I could add to that, right? I believe that one of the things that we advise families and even younger people in the line of our work, because what typically happens is that people will bring in structure. They will begin to think of family governance. It's usually thoughts around legacy. So it's after they have made a lot of money, after they have created, after they are advanced in years. But what we see is that there are certain challenges that we come in to help to resolve that may have been averted if they started a little earlier, particularly around the intangible assets of the family. And so here's what we typically advise. For those that may not have gotten to that level of wealth to consider them ultra high net worth enough to be able to set up that structure, is that begin to build your intangible assets now. If you have the understanding that human behavior, the human element is a key factor of lasting wealth, then you want to begin to take deliberate action towards it. For instance, if you have young children, what are their values? Beyond just what you say your values are, what are the acted out values of the family that they can see that will influence their ability to make decisions when they are older? How can you use the benefit of time to develop things like grit, stay power, delayed gratification in your children now, such that you're not getting to a point where they are older, you've made all this money and you're now dealing with entitlement? How about you begin to deal with those issues now before you reach that financial milestone you are going to, so that when you get there, the journey is a little less tedious?
Do you provide that service in Meristem? Because we all need it. You don't even need to be highly net.
As a matter of fact, we have a next-gen preparation plan. And within this plan, we're not focused on just older, more established 25-year-old. We're looking at actually catching them young. So we're looking at from 10 and above, what are the things that we can begin to teach them now to culture their mindset? Because a mindset is formed over a lifetime. And there's a certain mindset required to sustain wealth. How about we start building that mindset now?
We need that wealth education.
Absolutely.
If you need to give us cash, we will come. Johannes, I don't know if you won't have any comments on that question.
Everything was said, and very proper differentiation between the family business and the family office. The only thing what I would like to add on is, okay, you can divide 4 parts of a typical family enterprise. Yeah, so it is the family business, it is the family office, so wealth vehicle. We have a family. Many of these wealthy families have their own family foundation, and they invest in non-core ventures. So this is only what I would like to add here in the discussion. And but it was everything was said here already. And just from my end, perhaps this is also very helpful.
Thank you, Johannes. Thank you.
All the best.
I can only take one question. One more question.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, I see so many hands up.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Ife Bakare. My question is to Mr. Avuru. You talked about investing in Nigerian equities. I'm curious to understand what the strategy is, given the devaluation of the currency, and how you expect to still capture value on the stocks, on the equities, given how the currency and all the macroeconomic indicators.
Very valid. I have to be careful, Chief
Jude was here.
Chief Obatudeko is here too. And he talk about Nigerian Stock Exchange. But you are right. But, when you listen to the presentation by PwC, you also need to worry about diversification, investment diversification, portfolio diversification, not just in terms of asset type, but even in terms of geography. And so we would like to hold some investments here in Nigeria, even though they're Naira denominated, you're right. We had equities, and what drives our equities we invest in is simply dividend yield. It's as simple as that. We don't go, it's not sophisticated. So if your dividend yield is less than 5%, we don't invest there. If it's 10% or more, we put in money there. So Nigerian banks, for instance, there are those who are doing 12% and above. We like those ones. We'll take the dividend. But you're right. When we had something like 2 billion naira invested in Nigerian equities 5 years ago, the dollar value was higher than now if it was 4 billion naira investment. So you're right, that value erosion is so clear, but you have to have a portfolio diversification that gives you investments in Naira type businesses and investments that also yield you dollars. And the same thing with your real estate investments. You have to balance it out if you can invest outside the country so that you have diversification even in currencies. Yes.
Fantastic answer. Thank you so much. This has been so insightful, right? Maybe to wrap it up for me. The purpose of a family office for me is to make positive, meaningful, right, lasting difference in the life of a family, right? And it goes beyond just returns. I was talking to one of the people within the room, and he said, if the family office is unable to create or have responsible shareholders, what is the point of that family office? Thank you, Mr. Sarumi, for that, and I take that on board. Thank you so much. A round of applause for my amazing panelists. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Let's take a picture, please. That was a really wonderful panel session, definitely enriching, and I hope that you all took something from it. I think we can clap for them one more time. All right, thank you very much to our moderator. You were excellent.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I hope everybody is having a good time. Yes, and that you're learning a thing or two. We've come to my favorite part of the day, which is the Family Business Leadership Awards. Right. So as we've been talking about the various family businesses that exist within our economy, it's always important to recognize and to celebrate those that have come before us and have continued to contribute to our overall economy. So welcome to the Family Business Leadership Awards, and we'll be starting with the Doyen Award. Let's put our hands together for Ogenevoke Igure and Esiri Agbeyi, who will be coordinating this award.
Good day, everyone, again, and welcome to our esteemed guests. This is something that we do every time we have this summit. And it's important that we honor businesses that have come before, because in understanding the mistakes that have been made in the past, we can be better. For this award, we would like to give the Family Business Leader Award, and we will also be giving the Doyen of Family Business Award. The award goes to, see me as if I'm doing drum roll. Don't mind me. I'm looking for what I'm supposed to read. This award goes to Dr. Oba Otudeko, CFR. Give a round of applause. Oba Otudeko is the founder and chairman of Honeywell Group. He's an entrepreneur and a visionary reputed for his highly successful domestic and foreign investments, a chairman on several boards, including Honeywell, Flour Mills, FBN Bank UK Limited, Fan Milk of Nigeria, Airtel, and the Nigeria South Africa Chamber of Commerce. He has at various times served on the boards of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Guinness Nigeria PLC, British America Tobacco Limited, and EcoBank International. Between September 2006 and August 2009, he was the 16th president and chairman of the Council of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Professionally, he's an accomplished chartered banker, chartered accountant, and a chartered corporate secretary. As a respected member of the organized private sector, he has at various times been entrusted with national and even international assignments. He was the chairman of the Business Support Group for the delivery of the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan. He was also the chairman of the National Maritime Authority, member Presidential Advisory Council on Nigeria's Industrial Revolution Plan, amongst many others. In further recognitions of his many contributions to the economic and social development of Nigeria and his consistent commitment to good causes and the Nigerian nation, Dr. Oba Otudeko's national honor was again upgraded to the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in November 2011, having previously been awarded the Office of the Order of the Federal Republic in November 2002, and the Member of the Order of the Federal Republic in December 2000. It was with great honor and delight and excitement that we present the Doyen of Award to Dr. Oba Otudeko, CFR. And I will kindly welcome him on stage to receive the award. We'd also like to call on the next generation who have been well integrated into the family business, the daughters of Dr. Oba Otudeko Foluke. Please, a round of applause. And Tomi Otudeko for being here. It's great as well that there's a lot of diversity on the stage. So women power, women, round of applause. Yeah. Ashby? All right. We're also giving, yes, we're also awarding the Honeywell Group the Family Business Leader Award. Yeah, that's it, in addition to the Doyen. Will not lose the opportunity of getting a few wise words from Dr. Oba Otudeko. So please bless us here. with some wise words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it's been a long journey. And my friend is here, Stella. We've been on the journey together, side by side over the years. And God has been so faithful that we are still standing. To our friends at Business Day, we're very, very grateful. I saw so many of our friends here at a stage like this when one is advancing in age. Your concern is continuity at a level that is much higher than you have left it, because that is a signpost of your own success. But each time I come around institutions like this, Business Day, in the journey on the way, we've always met ourselves. And because we were there by ourselves, we probably see and participated in events and situations that are not within the scope or the view of people who are not as close as we were. Business Day has its own story. And I'm sure you remember that we were very close on the platform there. I am so grateful on behalf of the family that you have considered us for the awards.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's an encouragement because people are watching even as you are going on the journey. On behalf of the family, I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
To your establishment, to PwC as well. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, everybody who has been part of this story. We're on a journey. It's a continuing journey. All of us at different points with different expectations. But for me, I want to say on behalf of the family that I have a major comfort in the quality of the succession we are having. The depth and the richness of your efforts and where you have carried it continues to make us not just proud, but comforted that as we are going on, we have a stronger and much more qualitative succession. Thank you very much for all that you have done. I'm grateful, I'm very grateful, and I wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Song first, what do you want? Song first, citation.
Citation. Where she comes from.
Okay. Guys, what's my song?
There's a song.
I hope it's the right song.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a song. Okay, a round of applause. I'm sure some of us already know that. If you don't know that song, then you are probably Gen Z. You never heard the song. But while we were growing up, there was even another one. Emzo Paracetamol will make you feel better. Amazing. This Historian of Business Award goes to no other but the founder of Emzo Pharmaceuticals, Mrs. Stella Okoli. I think she's CFR as well. And I'm just going to read her citation very quickly. Dr. Stella Chinyelu Okoli, OON-MON, is a Nigerian pharmacist, philanthropist, and entrepreneur. She's the founder and current chief executive officer of Emzo Paracetamol Industries Limited, which was established in 1977. Emzo has grown to be the leading indigenous pharmaceutical manufacturer in Nigeria. Dr. Okoli was born in 1944 to the enterprising family of Chief Ebelechukwu Modebelu and Princess Margaret Modebelu of Nnewi, Anambra State. And she's the eldest child in her family and was raised in Kano, northern Nigeria. She began her education at All Saints Primary School, Onitsha, in 1954 and continued at Ogidi Girls Secondary School in 1964. She completed her secondary education at the Federal School of Science, Lagos, in 1966, earning her West Africa School Certificate. She then proceeded to the United Kingdom for her tertiary education, where she obtained a BPharm Hons from the University of Bradford, an MSc in biopharmaceutics from the University of London, Chelsea College in 1971. She's an alumnus of prestigious programs such as the Harvard Business School, Lagos Business School, IASC Business School, Barcelona, Spain, and Chief Executive Program at the Singapore Institute of Management. She has worked in various organizations before starting hers, including at Boots UK and Mercy Children Hospital in Lagos. For her philanthropy and social impact, we honor you, we celebrate you. In 2006, following the death of her son, Chike Okoli, from an artery disease, Dr. Okoli founded the Chike Okoli Foundation. Thank you for bringing blessings out of that event, Madam. We really honor you for this. And we also recognize all of the awards that you have been honored with as well, ranging from the Member of the Order of the Niger, the Officer of the Order of the Niger, the Silverbird Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012, This Day Annual Awards, International Entrepreneurial Challenge Award, and so many others. Dr. Okoli has several professional affiliations, and in terms of her philosophy, she remains a distinguished role model for women and entrepreneurs across Africa. She's a very passionate advocate for improving the lives of people, regardless of their background. She loves her family, she loves her friends, she loves her music, hence the advert, Emzo Paracetamol. She loves traveling and meeting people, Nigerians, and above all, she believes in her God, the Almighty God, who is to be glorified and adored always. It was with great honor that I would love to call you on stage. And before we do that, yeah?
Before you get on stage, please, Waimi, Orisha Jafo, and Karina Tenza from Henley, and
Henley and partners will be giving the
Austin
award.
Aburu, please join us on stage.
Yes. And we, should I come? We'll also love to have Mr. Wole Abiagunde, the Group CEO of Meristem Group, who gave the previous award. And we would love to have the next generation as well, her beautiful daughter. When Dr. Okoli was coming in, she said, I know the way to the front. I just want to see my daughter. Please come in. A round of applause as they take the pictures and present the award. Thank you so much, Ma. Well done and congratulations. Yes. Woo! Yeah. And a few words.
Why can't you hold it?
Oh, yes.
It's difficult to say anything because everything is so wonderful. And our God is wonderful. Business Day. When I heard it's Business Day, I said, Business Day again? You see, they don't rest. God bless you for what you're doing. You know, because you're educating us, especially the younger ones. It's important to hear this when you're young, so that as you grow up, you'll be wiser, you take better decisions, and those older ones like us will understand the decisions that have been taken by the young ones. So it's wonderful. We have a wonderful country with a lot of good people. I said the other day that Nigerians have the best young people in the whole world. I mean it because I see it. What they need is people like you to keep talking to them. Because it's so very, very important. And show example of Botudeko. You can see all the good things he's done since. And, thank you, the daughters that came to join. Thank you for your help and everything. And it's important to ensure that we leave no stones unturned. God is the reason why we're here. It's a big part of all of us. In Emzo, particularly, I was going to be an engineer anyhow, but I think the Lord wants me to do a more ladylike. When my father came to England and said, why don't you do a more ladylike, kind of course, change from engineering to pharmacy. That was the vibe. And you come to Nigeria, there are a lot of needs in the healthcare industry. You're doing as much as you can, right? And you don't think about the next generation because they're bright, very bright, in different universities abroad. They're always, But God sees it all, knows it all, knows the time, and season to act. Uzama is here. That's my daughter. When she came back from America, she came to the factory and she said to me, I'm quoting you, please, if not, say so, may I have a look? That's all he said. May I have a look? I said, have a look everywhere. Is it the fact everywhere have a look? And she has been having a look. And she have overtaken. I'm telling you, she studied a lot, she done a lot. All over the world, they're calling them to give speech here and there, And I feel happy because I'm not ignored in any way. It's love of God. And I have a son, Emeka. Emeka, in England, from engineering to IT to banking to everything, that they were even struggling over him. The German banks wanted him, and the UK bank wanted him. He will help them out with a lot, and they will refuse to release him. Then you go over to the other one, they refuse to release him. So I think he now said, let me, he comes home though, but this time, I think he remembered, and he came to have a look as well. And all the things, innovations, all the things that he is bringing to the table is amazing and can only be God. So when they say that I am getting old, me, I don't feel that I'm old. I don't know what getting old. Do you feel you're old as well? You can only thank God for all the wonderful things, because they are bringing the economy to the next level. That's why the government must listen and they must help, because the young are here to do a lot for Nigeria. I thank the Lord for everything He's doing in our lives, in EMSO, in all your lives, and more for what He's going to do in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obautudeko and Dr. Stella Okuli. We're so honored again, and thank you for the gems of wisdom you shared with us. It's also very symbolic that we had the next generation here to also reinforce the point about succession planning already happening in Nigeria and Africa. So there are certain myths that need to be debunked, and this is one of them that we've successfully done here as well. This next award goes to the fast thriving international family business. It recognizes outstanding foreign-owned family businesses that have demonstrated exceptional growth, innovation, and impact in the Nigerian market, contributing significantly to the economy. We used to have quite a number of them, and then when we had the nationalization, we had companies like Bata, Take Flight, Leonard's. Who remembers those times? There was VIP. We used to drink too. I don't know who was manufacturing VIP, but it disappeared as well. But then some companies stay and they innovate, they are resilient, they change their skin, no matter what the economy gives. This is a family business with roots in Indonesia, and Tolaram has successfully expanded its global footprint, becoming a leading force in industries, including manufacturing, distribution, and real estate. In Nigeria, Tolaram has demonstrated exceptional growth, innovation, and resilience, making a significant impact on various sectors in the fast-moving consumer goods industry. Their flagship brand, You guys don't know who makes your Indomie. I got you there. Indomie is revolutionizing the instant noodle market and creating a lasting bond with Nigerian consumers. I'd like to have Mr. Wole Abegunde give this gift to the Toleram representatives who are here. Is there a signature song for Indomie? You need to sing it for us now. If not, we'll let you go. All right. Yes. Who will sing the song? Okay, over to you. Maybe once you've gotten it. Congratulations. Now the song.
Mama do good, oh, he do good. He give us Indomie. You do much. Indomie sweet, well, you do much. Thank you very much.
Okay. The other award, they also have a signature song. Everybody's going to sing a song today. This group or this award goes to for next gen leadership. And like we say, most companies fail because they haven't identified the need to, educate the next gen into the business or integrate. And even if there is no next gen that will take the stairs, it's actually about getting the right professionals that can fill that gap and identifying what more area perhaps next gen can have, like ownership, responsible stewardship as well. For this family, they have indeed succumbed, they have overcome a lot of obstacles. We are celebrating them because we recognize the importance of early integration of the next generation, and they have transcended beyond the first generation and now in their second. In fact, if you speak with them, they probably would say they're in the third generation, and I'll let them speak to that. Daily Need Group has successfully transitioned into the second generation of leadership, demonstrating a commitment to fostering continuity and growth. The company, known for producing premium consumer goods, has effectively integrated the next generation into key roles, ensuring the business remains attuned to modern market needs while preserving its core values. By empowering the younger generation, Daily Need Group has enhanced its capacity for innovation and responsiveness, securing its position as a market leader. This seamless generational transition underscores the company's dedication to building a lasting legacy through family leadership and strategic vision. And on that note, I'd like to call on stage the Daily Need MD and is it Group MD and Chairman to be. The song at the time, there was Daily Need toothpaste, was it not? We used to sing it then, was it not? Eh? That's Daily. Pak, 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 pak. He will sing it. These ones, they are too cool. They are too cool to sing this song, but you sing the song. All right. So you want to... Sean, why are you running away? Okay, words of wisdom from...
I didn't realize I was going to say anything. This morning, when I was thinking of this, I was thinking of coming here, even though Sean is apparently something to do with PwC. And in my mind, because I've done a lot of reading over family business. I've been in the family business for 28 years. So I've walked the walk, I've talked the talk, and I've seen the pitfalls. But this morning, as I thought about family businesses and having put myself in a position that I had to walk that walk, the only thing that came to my mind is there must be a lot of self-sacrifice and discipline. I see reason why people divert funds for personal use or embezzle funds, the way Nigerians will put it, because sometimes it could be tempting. But for you to run a family business successfully, you need to be very disciplined, because you have to devour yourself of selfishness, and you must be able to think of the global picture. And I think that is what we have done. I've been in business about almost 20 years before he showed up. And then I was 10 years before the one after me, the gentleman after me showed up. But it was a lot of discipline. And I tell people, sometimes we'll go to meeting and I'll say, nobody's buying a car for the next 10 years. And they will look at me and say, really? We're not buying cars for the next 10 years. And yes, we'll stay the course. And my dad will look at me and say, Daddy, go and buy your car from your properties. From this business, you ain't buying no car for the next 10 years. But it takes a lot of discipline, because it could be hard. And especially when we have social issues, you have mates, you have colleagues in the market space, in the social parlance that you want to, and you are driving and they are looking. So you just need to be very disciplined and very resolute and focused, because at the end of the day, I'll tell you a small story. When Sean came, we were working on the bridge, and he looked at me and said, Bros, when are we going to have G-Wagons? And I said to him, we can have our G-Wagon. Then G-Wagon was about 20 million naira. So I said to him, we can have our G-Wagons now. I said, but the truth is, if we have our G-Wagons now, all of you will maintain your G-Wagons yourself. He said, that's not good now. I said, then let's wait till the business can afford to buy G-Wagons and maintain it easily. And he said, oh, that makes a lot of sense, because those are the sacrifices you make on your way. And as we go, we're still in the process, but we're resolute and determined to continue to sacrifice, because what we do is not, we cannot have enough members of the family to work in the business. We have to employ people, and we have to sustain the business, because we're sustaining a lot of families too. And that is our passion, to make sure that we create employment and we put food on people's table. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So, Lele, over to you.
Thank you very much. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm very inspired by those stories, and I hope that we can also see ourselves here in a couple of years and continue working towards our family businesses. So we have 3 panel sessions left, and they are going to be 30 minutes each, and then we'll come to the end of the day. So I'd like to introduce our next moderator, who will be leading the Matriarchs panel, which is called Empowering the Matriarchs, Navigating Leadership and Legacy. So let's put our hands together, please, for our moderator, Segilade Ademoroti, who is the leading figure capital advisors at the Capital Advisors Management Company. Let's put our hands together for Segilade Ademoroti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, let me correct you, because I'm quite fussy about my name. It's Segilade. Ife people are very proud like that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be moderating the panel about Matriarchs, and I think it's actually really timely given the award session we just had. Congrats, Mrs. Okoli. Congrats, Dr. Oba Otudeko. Well done for your contributions to the economy. So without further ado, I will bring on our panelists. Can we have, sorry, the light is in my eye. Sorry, can we have, I can see you, but sorry, the light is really in my eye. Can we have Mrs. Dukbe Elebute Odunsi, founder of the Marcel Ruth Clinic, doing wonderful work. Can we have Funke Olumide as well? Anyway. Okay, and can we have Tony Bakare? All right, you may need a microphone. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. I would let you introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about your businesses. And they're quite familiar businesses as well. We've sang the Emzo song. We've had a few entertaining sessions. So I'll start with Tony. Please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your family business.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to Business Day and to PwC and Meristem. My name is Oluwatoyin Inumide Bakare. So I'm an executive director with SAS Textiles. And when I introduce myself, I tell people that I'm that young 13-year-old that was born on the shop floor. I was helping my mother on the shop floor, helping her to serve. And at the age of 16, I followed her to the bank to do our banking transactions. I followed her to the market to do our shopping. And by the age of 18, my mother had passed on. And so we took over our family business in the year 1995. And we've built it on the values of customer service, integrity, hard work. And I'm very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure most of the ladies in the room know SAS or SAS, as I call them, textiles. They make women beautiful. It was my mom's 80th this year, and that was our default store to go to get our outfits. So if you don't know SAS, please go to SAS. So a bit of marketing for you there. Funke, over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am wearing two caps on this panel. I'm a junior matriarch. I am Olufunke Olumide, the managing partner at the Legacy House Multifamily Office. It's the family office of the law firm AQT Partners. And we provide advisory and management services to African families on governance, succession, transition, and legacy planning and multi-generational wealth transfer. Our businesses advise African family businesses on transition. And so on this panel, I'll be wearing two caps as an advisor and then a matriarch.
We're actually in the same line of work too. Okay, and I'll let, good afternoon. Is it working? You have to press it.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you can see, I'm not a business or tech person. My name is Dr. Modupe Elebute Odunsi. I am the co-founder, together with my husband, Mr. Bolaji Odunsi, and the working day-to-day CEO of Marcel Ruth Cancer Center and Specialist Hospital, which we founded. It will be 4 years in December. Having spent over 30 years in the UK, came back to set up this specialist hospital here in Lagos. I'm not sure that I like the word matriarch, but having turned 60 in June now, and you know, I mean, I'm not saying it for that, but I'm getting used to it. You know, when they sort of send you these things and say 15 to 25, 30 to whatever, and you're getting to the bottom, and you're thinking, okay, I'll have to tick that box. But I think I'm also wearing two hats. So I'm the daughter of Professor Emmanuel Adeyemo Elebute of blessed memory, and my mother, Professor Oyinade Elebute, who, having worked many years in the academic sector, and one of the founding staff of the College of Medicine of University of Lagos and the teaching hospital, later on pivoted into business and started the Lagoon Hospital Group together with the High-Juya HMO, supported by people like Oba Otudeko, thank you very much, and Otumba Balogun of blessed memory. However, having come back to Nigeria, decided that I wanted to do what I know and love best, which is being in the cancer space, having spent over 20 years specializing, because that's the problem with medicine. Medicine as a degree is long enough, and then specialization is even longer. So you can imagine the problems I'm going to have in terms of trying to persuade my children to do this, because it took, it took me about 25 years to specialize. I'm not going to tell a lie. I did internal medicine before I did hematology. But yeah, so pleased to be back here, pleased to be running Marcel Ruth, and honestly, really, really thank God for this opportunity, because whatever we thought we were coming to do, honestly, I don't think if anyone told me this is what was going to be like, I would never, ever have understood. And I'm just going to say it in one sentence. We have seen almost 5,000 patients from all over the country, now coming from Liberia and from Cameroon and from Ghana and now from Niger to come and access care at Marcel Ruth. We now have a lot of Nigerian patients coming back from the US and from the UK in terms of reverse medical tourism. And I just thank God for that.
Fantastic.
For this opportunity.
Fantastic. I was going to say congrats to her on the job that they're doing at Marcel Ruth, but I think she's pretty much said everything. So well done. Everyone here is wonderful and making a difference in their own special way. So first of all, the first question we have for you is, how has the role of matriarchs evolved in the business? I mean, Toyin, I think this is a good one because you had a few thoughts.
Okay, so I'm very passionate about family business because when I tell our story, I tell people that I was born on the shop floor. And so when I tell the story, I tell the story from Yara Itaja to SAS. And so that simply means my mother worked in the corporate, so she worked with railways, but after she started having her children, she said, okay, I need to focus on my family. And so my father gave her one room in the house. And so that's why it's called Yara Itaja. And so I will grow up, everybody will come to the house. Where's your mom? Oh, my mom is in the Yara Itaja. And so I grew up attending to customers. And when I tell people that I've been serving since the age of 13, and people wonder, I said, I served tea, coffee to every customer. There were some people that would come in on Saturday just to eat more and more. They came to buy fabrics, but I'm so happy to be seated beside Doctor because Professor Eli would say, I served your mother. Wow. I would serve her for carrying her fabrics back to the car. You know, I remember seeing Mommy Emzo as well. I'm so proud of Dr. Okel because I grew up in, you're right, I just started from Shomolu. And so we would go to Emzo Chemist. It was not pharmaceuticals there. At Fola Guru to go and shop. She's one of our esteemed clients as well. And so the role of the matriarch, why is so important for us, and we really need to talk about them, is she combined that traditional role of supporting the family with her innate entrepreneurial skills. So while she was working at railways, she started selling jewelry and fabrics, side business. But that side business we've become a global sourcing company now. Now, what am I saying? She built a business on the values of excellent customer service. She built her business on the values of hard work. She built her business on the values of integrity, respect. There was such a culture of love. And that is why today our business is over 50 years. We second generation, we took over in 1995, so officially we are going to be 30 years. We are 7 children officially, and we all work together in the family business. We have understood our boundaries. We've built it on the culture of respect, trust, and love. And there's so much I could talk about the role of the matriarch. She supported her husband. She took care of her children.
Getting emotional.
Yes. My mom died in 1994. My mom was only 48 years. So there's nothing about succession planning. My mom died under the most tragic circumstances. But I thank God that God has healed us. But on the day before she died, she asked me a question. Yara Itaja was exceptionally busy. And she said, Tony, where are all these customers coming from? And I said, Mommy. So remember it was in Shomolu? She didn't have a business name. She didn't have a business card. She didn't even have a carrier bag. But she had what I call love. She had what I call customer service. And so I told her that, I said, it's a case of A telling B, B telling C. Exactly. So she had built that business on the values of love. We're going to celebrate her 30th memorial in December. I still tell people still come to tell me about Mrs. Adedeji. Somebody came recently from the US and she said, you people think you started from Shomoli, you started from Ilupeju. I said, wow. And she told us that when their own mother died, they had not even finished paying for the goods they were buying. Now, Mrs. Adedeji followed them to Ondo to bury their father or mother, and there were like 7 or 9 children, and she gave all of them gifts, envelopes. I grew up in that house. I was always wrapping gifts. Now, so she had that culture of giving as well. And I think that is why this is 50 years after we're still standing. And so the role of the matriarch is so important because she's able to balance everything. When I say she's able to balance everything, recently my cook said, oh, madam, you like to cook for your husband. I said, because I grew up in a house where I saw my mother cook for her husband as well. And so it's so important that we're not just saying, oh, we're just business women. No, she balanced everything. So she balanced the home, she balanced the business, she made sure. So I grew up in a house where all I heard was turnover, turnover, turnover. And I was like, what is this turnover this woman is always talking about? And so for her, because she wasn't allowed to travel to go and buy from abroad, because things were quite difficult then. So she said every day, whatever she made, she would go to the market, the larger market, and she would turn it over. And so they called my mother Ikualale. No, she did business excellently well from the books. So the role of the matriarchs for me is very, very important. Let's continue to celebrate all the matriarchs that are doing an amazing work. Thank you so much.
Well said. I hear a lot of pride in that story. I hear customer experience in that story. Kemi is a former colleague. We share a lot of values. We taught a lot of values where we worked. So well done. I hear a lot of pride. I mean, you're a walking advert for your business, actually. I'm going to come to you because I know you have a lot to say as well. Funke, I'll let you talk about the role of matriarchs.
For me, I'll say the role of matriarchs has advanced. It has evolved from just being the nurturer or the caregiver at home, taking care of the kids. Absolutely. It has come to a place where they are now involved more in strategy. They are now involved more. It's the mothers that sort of hold the glue, that hold it together. So they are that fine balance between the family dynamics and the business side of things. It's the mother that will think about mentorship and try to place maybe the kids, say during summer school, are you doing summer school this year? And try to place them in internship positions to learn. So I'll say that the role of matriarchs has evolved and it is still evolving. We may not see so many matriarchs, but they are coming up.
Matriarchs can be very quiet, but they're powerful.
Yes, they've been quiet, but they are coming up, and we're seeing the work that they've been doing, maybe silently, but we're seeing the work.
Fantastic, fantastic. Dr. Elebute Odunsi. I'll just call you doctor. It's a mouthful.
It's fine. I think, I'm just thinking, everything resonates, isn't it? It doesn't matter what field we're in or what sector we're in. I think it's the same story, really. I would say that also the role of a matriarch is in allowing people, the next generation, or the generation you're bringing up, to really believe in themselves, to be very confident in themselves. Now, my story is a bit funny one. So I apparently started school when I was 2, because my father, who was a very busy cardiothoracic surgeon, and that heart and lungs came back and was trying to do cardiothoracic surgery in Lagos. You can imagine all the tools and everything that they needed. Anyway, came home from work one day, absolutely, totally tired, and sat on his chair where his 2-year-old daughter had apparently been polishing it with, what's that, those polish in the tin, the furniture polish. So he sat down, his jacket got stuck on the thing, and when he woke up and tried to get up, he was sort of attached to the chair. Mansion polish, that's what it was called, apparently. He said to my mom, this child needs to go to school. She's clearly bored. So I went to started school when I was 2, and the only reason for saying that was that I actually went to medical school when I was 16. Oh, wow. I was too young to actually be in the accommodation because I was less than 18. The only person who said, she's bright enough and she's already passed her O-levels, let her just go, was my mom. Everybody else was like, hold her back 1 year, do this, do that. My mother said, you never hold anybody back. There's nothing about holding anyone back. She's where she is. If she gets there and she has to repeat, well, she has the opportunity, she won't be older, and so on. And that, for me, for the rest of my career, because I actually graduated as a doctor just before my 21st birthday.
Wow.
But now when I tell you about what I had to do, the number of years I had to spend to specialize, I was still young when I became a consultant in the UK compared to my colleagues, because my mother allowed me to do whatever I wanted to do at the time that I wanted to do it. So I think and gave me the confidence. She always, she was very tough, my mom, and she would tell you like it was. There's no beating around the bush or anything. But her center of everything was, be who you are, and the sky is the limit. My parents had one son and 3 daughters, and everybody thought my brother was the one who's going to do medicine. My brother faints at the sight of blood. I mean, it's a true story, right? But my parents never thought, oh, you're girls, and therefore you shouldn't be or you shouldn't do. To them, it was never about whether you were a boy or a girl. You were a child, and therefore you could do whatever it was that you wanted to do. And I think that's a big lesson, and it resonated with what Obautideko said earlier too, that we must just make sure that all our children do what they want to do. I love the story of the Seplat Foundation and that family, where they allow the children to do whatever they want to do within the businesses, because I think that is quite important, particularly for something like medicine. Medicine is a vocation. I mean, so one of the things at Marcel Ruth that very quickly, within 1 year, they took me out of was the financial side. Because my husband said to me one day, do you want to run this place or do you want to run this place down? Because apparently half of the people in the reception, you've told them to start treatment and they don't have money. How are we going to play this, out? So that, true, but I think we're tying it with everything that you've said. And my mantra and my reason for being is that the patients come first. The patients are the center of everything that we do and how we practice medicine, and how, like was said earlier, you don't start doing something that's wrong, or you don't try and sort of speed up the process by doing the cutting corners, because you have to remember that excellent care or excellence in whatever you're doing is really important. And recently we had a visit from the head of oncology at the Mayo Clinic. Wow. Come to Lagos. Wow. We have, and people are coming to see what we're doing. And he said to me afterwards, I was speaking to your staff, and the people that impressed me was a man at the gate who apparently has had training in basic life support. And I said, yes, because, patients can collapse at the gate. And he said, but I've never been to a hospital before, even in the US, where the owner, founder, the person who runs it has thought about the fact that even the security people have to be trained in that way. And he said, every single member of your staff kept saying, the patients, it's all about our patients. It's all about our patients. They might say it in different ways, but it's all about patients. But that was instilled in me by my mother. Excellent. Don't do it at all. If you're going to do it well. Do it excellently well.
So what I hear here is customer experience and excellence and evolution. So thank you very much for those responses. Now, how have your leadership styles evolved as you've been in the business? Funke, the baby matriarch.
Leadership styles.
What is your leadership style? Because everyone has a unique leadership style.
I'll speak about my leadership style. So my leadership style is collaborative and warm, but with the right amount of firmness.
Absolutely.
Because there's the need to ensure that there's accountability. There's a need to ensure that there are structures. I'm the process person in the business. I'm the operations person. And I would always say, we need to have structures, because where there are structures, less things fall off the radar. And you're also able to look into the future and see that even when team members leave, there are no gaps, because there's a process and there's a structure. And I found that, even for family businesses, having that one person that is looking into the operations or looking at the systems helps with sustainability.
Absolutely. Okay, fantastic. Toyin, your leadership style? And how
Okay,
has
so-
it influenced the business?
Okay, so for me, I think my own leadership style is more of transformative as well as being a servant leader. And so because I tell people that our staff, who we call our internal customers, our oldest staff has been with us for over almost 38 years now. Yeah, so she worked with my mother and she's still working with us. She actually called me while I was here to find out where I was. And so for us, a servant leadership, somebody that is actually very concerned about the well-being of your team, like she said, even up to the person at the security. I mean, because if your internal customers are happy, your external customers will be happy. And so we've learned to, I like to see that leadership style that sees people grow from, somebody comes into our organization as a cleaner, but today she's a manager. So we see them evolve, we see them grow, we see to their well-being, we see to their, of course, we mentor them in an atmosphere of love as well as firmness and discipline, because for us, we're about creating solutions. And if we cannot create that solution, we provide alternatives. So we're basically here to serve. And customer service is so important. It's the core essence of what we're doing. It's not even just about customer service. We're now talking about customer experience, giving them an experience that is unforgettable. So for me, servant leadership is the best, whereby you are people come into the store, they don't even know I'm the owner of the store. And, they call it talking, and I'm just advising, and I'm just walking on the shop floor. And, today we've seen, we go from that one-room store, to several branches. And, of course, we've become global as well. So it's all from that being humble, because I found that when you're building a business, there are several building blocks. You build with integrity, but the greatest soft skills for me is humility. That's the greatest attribute of a leader. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Please. Yeah.
I don't want to repeat everything that she said, but I think honestly it's the same. So my director of operations was my mother's secretary. So I've known her for almost all my life, and she works through the Lagoon Group. But when I started, she was our first hire for about 3 years before we even came back to do what we were doing. So again, I grew up with that sort of humility, servant leadership. The other day, somebody said to me, this elderly gentleman called me and said, "Are you the owner of the business?" So I said, "Well, I run it. I run the business." And he said, because every time he said, "I've been here for the last 3 or 4 days. Every time you're coming by, you're kneeling, you're greeting all the elderly people." Every time, and I thought about it for 2 minutes because I didn't realize. But I grew up. We used to go before you went to school in the morning. You went to your parents' room and knelt down to greet them. How many people?
That is a very Yoruba thing.
That's how we were brought up. Do you understand? So for me, when I see an elderly person, I'm going to speak to them. That's what I do. But I see that so we had a management meeting, and I was saying to them, and they all said, "Do you know something? It's one of the things that when we look at you, there is nothing you can ask us to do. Because when we see the way you greet people and the way you deal with people, how humble you are, how you greet people, we feel there isn't anything that you can ask us to do that we wouldn't do." But also, I think it's in growing people. Sure. We started with 6 members of staff just after COVID. I now have just over 70 staff. And it's a mindset of, you notice when people are down or when there's a problem. The other day we did a salary review, even though we're not sure the business could actually afford it, but I know that it's really tough out there. And so I think it's those sort of things where you put your team almost before you in a way, because when I fought for this salary review, and my husband was looking at me like, excuse me. I said, "Well, you've taken me out of the decision making on the financial side, but on the social side, this needs to be done." And of course we've done it, and of course it's not a problem, right? So I think it's the humility, is the thinking about the others, and they will follow and they will do, especially by example. The first 1.5 years, I could be seen in the kitchen just before I went to my clinic, I could see, you know, I'm trying to say, you know, they know that there isn't anything that I'm asking them to do that I will not do myself. I think so.
Well
yeah.
done. We're already being told we need to wrap up, and we're thoroughly enjoying this conversation. So give us a few more minutes, Voke and his team. Okay, so I mean, typically in family businesses, the family dynamics always play a huge role, and I love to hear about this. So please, Toyin, you're working with how many siblings? Family dynamics and the family challenges are always there.
Okay, so we're 7 siblings.
Wow.
And we all work together. So initially, and of course, I want to acknowledge my father as well. Yes, my father is in his 80s. He still comes to work about 2 times a week. And so family dynamics. We work in an atmosphere of respect and trust, which is very, very important. In the early days of our business, we're very young and despised. This was when we just opened our first store in 1995. And, you know, SAS actually means Shola Dideji Stores. We named it after our mother because, you know. So for family dynamics, we've learned to operate in unity. We have boundaries. Everybody knows their work. I get my salary. I could identify with my brothers. I said it was not yet time to buy the G-Wagons. We understand financial discipline.
Absolutely.
We've learned to plow back our profit. I go to our head office every evening because my sister is my MD and my brother is my chairman. And initially, we were just two that took over and did the hard work. We paid the price. We had to walk the talk. And, you know, they had gone abroad to study. But by the time they came back, and they all joined, different siblings handling different branches, handling different aspects. And so for us, family dynamics is
sounds peaceful.
Very peaceful, and I think it's about the culture.
Clearly, your mom did a good job of teaching values because
yes. So when I talk about those values, the values of integrity, hard work, respect, love, you know, she showed us, she gave us emotional support, and you know, we've never, even if we have cause to fight, once it happened,
you make up.
Yes, and you know, it was, I think it was our last born, and she was like, "Oh no, Sister Toyin, you know, you don't do that." And I was like, "What do you think?" And I got back to her, I said, No. And so we went to the office upstairs, and we quickly sorted it out. And we came back downstairs because there were clients on the shop floor. And we held our hands. And we're like, we hope you're okay. And we're loving ourselves again. And so we said it's not even just about the work alone. We learn to understand our family needs. We learn to understand our family values. We learn to understand the family pressure. But most of the time, we sometimes see ourselves as a work family. Yes. It's all about the work. Yes, friendship, but the boundaries have been put. Trust for us is very important. We've learned to trust. Everybody gets their dues, profit sharing, and I think everybody is happy.
Well done. It's not always easy to achieve that, so well done. I'm the only girl in 3 boys, and I know how I have to fight for my voice to be heard. Okay.
Sure. I remember when we first started, this was like 2 years after, so it was just my sister and I then. And a customer came in, and the way we were cheating, said, "Don't you people fight?" So they were actually waiting for us to fight. And I said, no. So knowing that background, I said, no, we're not going to fight, you know. And so I think respect is maybe it's part of the Yoruba culture as well. So that respect for us is key. I call my brother Mr. Kunle. I call my sister MD. And you know, we just respect ourselves. Thank you.
Sorry, we're being hustled on time. Okay, Funke, quick one.
So I'll speak more to the not so sweet and jolly going family. What I found as an advisor to family business is that it's not always so sweet. Blood doesn't necessarily mean harmony. So what we'd usually advise is that, you know, these soft issues, these values, these principles, you know, much like what Kemi had said, is that they are codified. They are put in your family constitution. You set it down such that even the 3rd generation, the 4th generation have these documents that they can work with. And then these documents are then supplemented with the family business corporate governance structures. What this will
lawyer
do, sorry, the lawyer in me has to kick in, because we found that as much as families are close, sometimes when they get into the business, you see another side. And you have to protect the family business. Many times it was that family business that sent them to school. And so you also want the family business to be seen in the next 50 years to move to the third generation. And so some of these documents, some of these soft issues need to be documented in the family constitution that we will all agree on. And then read in line with the corporate governance structure for the business. With this, each family member sort of has 2 layers of guiding principles, the family governance policies and then the corporate governance policies. What this does is that everybody knows their place. Everybody knows that, even if I get shares in the business, I may not be in control. I may not be in the management place, because that has to be earned based off the principles and based off the structure that has been put in place by the family and corporate governance. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let Dr. Elebute round up.
Yeah, so I think that I will speak to maybe what was described earlier as in having a family legacy business. That may not necessarily mean that you have to be all working in the same business. So when I was coming back, to be honest, I love medicine dearly. I wanted to be a doctor from when I was 4, but having done all the training that I did, the last thing I wanted to be running or be in was a hospital that was, treating malaria, delivering babies, and so on and so forth. I mean, the thing that will get me out of, I'm 60, so if I'm still practicing now, it has to get me out of bed. I've got to be passionate, I've got to want to do it. So, and I'm very lucky to have an extremely supportive husband. He's not in medicine, he's in finance, private equity, who has backed me to set up our own hospital, which does exactly what will get me out of bed. But also understanding that legacy of the name of the family in medicine is carried through. Absolutely. And I think that's also a big lesson that I think we've maybe learned in quite a difficult way. Everybody doesn't have to work in the same building to have that family legacy. And I'm learning it with my own children. So when Mrs. Okoli was saying about Uzoma earlier on, so my daughter, who came back to Nigeria before us actually, because she came back, she was about to do her 3rd degree, and I was like, excuse me, it's enough, So with my dad, because I'm very close to my dad, may he so rest in peace, I said, this girl, she's 24, she needs to come and live in Nigeria. They're too English, my children. So he was like, send that to me. So he found this professor in Louth who had done public health at Johns Hopkins, but also did public health at Imperial. And she came and did a research job with him for about 6 months. And 6 weeks before she finished, she met Annie, who is now her husband, although there's a 3 or 4 year story in between. And every time anybody asks her that, how come you came back to Nigeria for 6 months and you met your husband? She goes, my mother prayed. So anyway, so the prayer worked out, and so she actually moved back before we moved back. She was doing her own thing, had a very, very good job. She still does, actually. In fact, now she has a job where she was hired in the UK and works remotely for this company. But again, one day she came and said, something, you're not really doing anything with the research. You have so much data. There's a huge thing in medicine now about data from the African continent, because a lot of the drugs, a short story of where we're using, particularly in cancer, drugs that were developed in the Caucasian population. And we're saying, our breast cancer patients are not doing as well, our prostate cancer patients are not doing as well, but the drugs that we're using for them were not designed with us. And so we've got a minus 80 degree freezer, and we're a private hospital, but we're doing quite a lot of research. We're collecting samples from patients and from normal individuals that come for their annual wellness checks, for example. So she's running that. One day she came to look, and then it's true story, and she's still doing her other job. So, And she said to me, this is really interesting. Maybe, this research, because she'd done a lot of research. I just said, something, go and see Mrs. Dada. So that's my director of operations, because I didn't want to be involved in saying, do this, do it. I mean, if he's nodding his head, right? Because that's the only way. You've got to let them come and do it the way that they will enjoy it.
Exactly.
One thing, you know what she did? She set up the research and development in parallel, different branding, different colors, but she has got the most incredible people who have joined her from the Mayo, from University of Maryland, and so on and so forth, who are on her board, who I couldn't even get, right?
Next gen.
And so, exactly.
Next gen in action.
Because I didn't say, do it like this.
Yes.
I didn't say, I need you to do it like that. And I'm already thinking to myself, on the clinical side, if I have to hire somebody, that's fine. She will do what she's doing, but I know that in 40 years' time, she'll still be running it and she'll still be doing it because she's passionate about it. So I think when we're thinking of that, because all the succession I've heard about this morning is about vertical succession. No, honestly, you sometimes can't force people to do what they don't really enjoy doing. They will only be productive and really
stay in the family business.
Absolutely, if they do what they really want to do. And I think the Honeywell Group is an amazing example of that as well. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
One last takeaway from everybody, or everyone on the panel, before kicks me off.
Let's involve them early.
Good.
Involve your children, and my mother involved us early. We knew how to do everything. Let's remain creative, let's remain innovative, and of course, let's remain resilient. And business is about working on let's stop working in our business, let's start working on our businesses. Thank you.
Okay.
I think what I'll say is the family business is like your baby. If you needed to go to the hospital for antenatal during the pregnancy and they did all the immunization because you needed the medical advice, then why not get professional advice as well? While you're running, while you're running the family business. You're growing it for years, and so you need a team, you need an objective team, a team that's not in the business with you to run with you. Yeah.
Okay, and Dr. Elebute.
So I'm going to go slightly off-piste. Sure. It's great that we start something from scratch. The reason why about Tudeko, Mrs. Okolia winning these awards and are here today is that it's what they wanted to do, what they were passionate about. There's no mountain that you could ask them to move that they won't have moved. I know what I have moved to be in Marcel Ruth. We brought the first private sector linear accelerator radiotherapy machine into the country. You know what I'm trying to say? So, but if your children don't have that passion or that love, you cannot make them do what you have done. You have done it, and you've done it well, are doing it well, because it's your passion and your love, and you will put anything and any energy and everything into it. But please be aware that it's not your child is not your mold, if that makes sense. They're your child. So maybe you could set up something in parallel. So like, I'm very lucky now that there's a Marcel Ruth R&D that she's running and she's happy. And the youngest one is just saying she wants to do medicine. So we're running around now trying to do A-levels to get into medical school. She may not want to come back to Nigeria. I don't know. But, so let your children do what they want to do. But if you have the opportunity from the finances and from getting the advice, like Seplat, like all these other, do something in parallel, but let them do, don't force people to do what they don't really want to do, because they will be unhappy for their life, the rest of their lives, to be honest.
Well said. So with that, we will round up. Thank you very much to our very interesting panel. Again, we can see the role of matriarchs. We keep going. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to our matriarchs and to our speakers and panelists. Just a quick fact for you all. Research actually shows that women-founded companies generate a higher return on investment, approximately 35%. So well done, ladies. Let's clap for them one last time, please. Very important to keep women at the center of these conversations. So we have 2 panels left, and without any further ado, I'd like to welcome our moderator, Waimi Orishe Jafo, who is a consultant at Henley & Partners, and she'll be leading a discussion on private wealth strategies for long-term success. Thank you, Waimi.
Thank you, Lily. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Waimi, like she said. I'm a consultant at Henley & Partners, the world's largest and best investment migration firm. So we've been told that time is a factor, so I'm going to sprint through it. We have a very interesting conversation and a very, very, very beautiful panel for you this afternoon. But before I call them up, yesterday we had some radio interviews, and I was sitting next to Voke, and Voke said something about a Chinese proverb and wealth. And I went to Mr. Google, and I Googled it. And basically, first generation makes the money, second generation spends it, and there's nothing left for the third generation. Ew. And then I read some more. Mr. Google said, wealth comes like a tortoise, slow, and then sprints away like a gazelle. So with what I've just said, I think I can justify this panel. So without further ado, I will call on Toyosi Alabi of Olaniwun Ajayi LP. Adeolu Idowu of ALN, Nigeria, and Aluko Oyebode. Kaliko Olowole of YBR and DCX Metals. And last but certainly not least, we have Mayowa Ikotun of AVA Global Asset Managers Limited. It's a full panel. We've got a lot to talk about, and the time is running. Okay. So, welcome. Good afternoon. In 1 minute, I will ask that you introduce yourselves, what you do, your company, and then we'll get into our conversation. Okay. Toyosi.
So, Toyosi Alabi, I'm a partner at Olaniwun Ajayi LP. I wear various hats, including being the co-head of our private wealth practice. I essentially am involved in not just structuring various sustaining ways of succession planning, but also dealing on the conflict side with various conflicts that arise from family businesses. I also wear another hat, which is to do with branding. And branding is a huge aspect of sustaining wealth.
Thank you. Adeolu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeolu Idowu, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode, and I head the private wealth services practice and also the governance, risk, and compliance unit as well. So, and I think as my dear friend, sister, and competitor said, you know, we've known each other for many years, so, from QC. So and we're family friends. But you know, it's quite similar. So in the interest of time, you know, I'll just pass the mic over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaliko Olowole. I am an executive director on a marketing and communications company called YBR. But just like my fellow panelists here, I'm wearing 2 hats today. And the second hat is the reason why I'm here to talk to you. This year, we established a company called DCX Metals. And why I think DCX Metals is so interesting for today's environment in Nigeria is I've heard everyone talk about wealth diversification, especially in Nigeria. And that is what exactly DCX Metals is here to do. It's here to introduce a new asset class and give Nigerians the opportunity, the upcoming Nigerians the opportunity to generate or create wealth through purchasing gold coins, and obviously the HNIs and opportunities to diversify their wealth by also buying gold coins, so that we're not just stuck with shares and real estate and the other things that my fellow investors do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayowa Ikoton, Chief Investment Officer of Ava Global Asset Managers. I also wear another hat. I lead the portfolio management team that coordinates and help a lot of HNIs and family businesses to manage their wealth. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask a question, and I will direct it at everyone. Deolu, I'll start with you. Can you please share your perspective on what long-term wealth strategies mean for family-owned businesses?
Okay, so I think the main word that I would use is governance. And as I mentioned earlier, governance is part of what I do. So, and we've also heard that there's a distinction between corporate governance, which is at the company level, and then also there's the family governance as well. So in terms of in terms of long-term preservation of wealth, for the family business, it's important at the very early stage to be able to make sure that they embed good governance into how they're structured. So from the founder led business, where, for instance, it may have started as a one-man business where everything is being done, all the decisions are being made. Even in Nigeria now, you can have one shareholder, one director, so you are essentially meeting with yourself as the director. So from those sort of hardy days where it's a startup, to then sort of move into a structure that then has certain things in place that allows that business to be able to run necessarily without the founder, and in such a way that it can move forward. And then at the family level as well, to then have that structure as well for wealth preservation that ensures that how decisions are made as a family. And we've heard of various tools being spoken about and structures. The family office has been spoken about a lot, but not necessarily everybody can have a family office or will have a family office. So, or maybe it'll be, instead of it being single family office, it'll be like a multi-family office. And in those cases, then, how those decisions are made and and what they put in place in terms of things like a family constitution, a family charter, if there's, for the company, it can be like a shareholders agreement, and how all those decisions are made. And one point that I will just say before I let my fellow panelists talk as well is that there's also the issue with regards to understanding where you are in the wealth journey. There's the transition from, say, first gen to second generation, but there's also some people who are already in second generation, and there's significant amount of disputes already. Because if we look at where we are as a nation, a lot of the people in the second generation, the transition was by wills or letters of administration. So as lawyers, one of the things that we've seen is that there's sometimes a lot of disputes, even when the will is extremely well written, but there's a sense of unfairness in some people. And of course, lifestyle are different, people are different. We said humans are the weakest links. So there's also the opportunity to resolve things and come back together, even if the patriarch or the matriarch has passed and passed it on by will, but you can then come together as siblings. And of course, and there's also a further complexity when you then move into cousins, when it's now next generation. So you can imagine you're now dealing with not your siblings that you grew up together, but the children of the children. It gets extremely complex. So anybody that's not dealing with an issue today, you're just kicking it down the line to become problematic for your children and their cousins that they potentially love very much now. So it's important to then put those agreements, structures, governance, tools in place such that you can then be able to make those decisions in a structured and ordered fashion.
Thank you. Mayowa.
Okay, so just to add, so each family has various and diverse financial aspirations. For some family, they want to be number one in the world. Some wants to be number one just in Nigeria. Some just want to be in the region they play. But we've seen that as they pass these across generations, these aspirations changes. So like she had said, long-term strategy then mean you are able to put down a structure that captures as these businesses being passed down generations. This structure ensures whatever aspiration, financial aspiration, any of these leaders at the particular point in time, this structure still is able to capture that and also to deliver value to the family. And also to add, these strategies would also take care of the risk that would be involved across generations to ensure both the business value and the family value is still well preserved.
Kaliko?
So can I take a slightly different slant to this?
Please.
So today on my way here, I was just doing some research, and I looked up the top 100 companies in Africa. And I just automatically assumed that, Nigerian companies would be in the top 10, top 20. And I was astonished to find that the largest Nigerian company in that came in at number 39 out of 100. And we are supposed to be the largest economy in Africa. What I then looked at was the other companies, and I found out that a huge majority of them were actually family-run companies, which brought me to thinking about our dear motherland, Nigeria. And I was so pleased to hear all the people talk today about how they've had succession in their businesses, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the MSO lady came with their children and so on and so forth. But my concern is how sustainable is that going forward? In the sense that I wouldn't even begin to ask how many of us here had our children abroad. I'm sure if we had to do a poll, a good 75% or 80% of us had our kids abroad, which means they now hold dual nationality, all right? Coupled with that is the fact that when they turn 18, they then want to go to university. We send them abroad again because we don't have a good education structure. And so when it's time for them to come back and run the family business, how willing are they? Because obviously they've been exposed to a different way of life. They've been woke, as they say. And how many of them want to come back and run a business in Nigeria when they can be driving driverless cars in other parts of the world? So that's one concern. So the other concern I have, obviously, you guys talk about private equity and so on and so forth, access to capital. So what I'm looking at is so much the access to running a family business. How accessible is it, and what are the socio-economic issues? So from a private from an access to credit point of view, I run a business, and I know how much of my business, of my capital, goes into working capital, as opposed to capital that you can use for things like research and development that can allow you to grow that family business. So access to capital is another strong thing. Third and last, and perhaps most important, coming from my background of marketing, is maybe up until recently, a lot of the investment companies, private equity companies, banks, etc., financial institutions have not done a great job of educating our masses and our populace on the benefits and the essential and importance, rather, of investment. And I'll just end on a little anecdote. When I finished university in the UK, I don't know how this guy found me. At my first job, he came to me, sat with me and said, okay, let's help you build a trust. I said, yeah, that sounds really good, So he asked me about all my aspirations, how many kids I wanted. At the time I said 4, so many years ago. Told me, asked me which schools I wanted them to go to. I told him, of course, private schools in the UK and so on and so forth. By the time the guy finished and did the calculations and told me how much I had to put aside every month, I said to him, can you make that 1 kid, please?
Chelsea, can you take it from there?
So, strategies for wealth preservation. 3 words we've heard from so many panelists today: continuity, sustainability, and growth. But what also comes to mind is the wealth we keep saying. What does it really mean? Does it really mean revenue and profit, i.e. money? Or is it the business or is it just the brand? Because there are people who actually, if you dive down, just want their name on the door, be it in relation to a non-profit organization. So it's important to understand what the visionary wants and separate it. Some people want all three, and there are different strategies for all three. Diolu has talked about strong governance structures, if it is the business itself we're trying to preserve. But even before that, the transfer of the values and the vision to the next generation, and then the separation of ownership from leadership, which a lot of panelists have spoken about, and investment in educating even the family who are taking over in the first place. All this come to bear in relation to preserving the business. Of course, if it is the investments, the money that we're just thinking of transferring and preserving, then strategic investment would come into place. And if it is the brand, there are different structures we can put around us ensuring that that brand keeps growing. And one of it is community engagement, otherwise known as marketing within the customer-centric region. And we can go on to that a bit later, but those are general strategies.
Because I was going to ask you more about this strategy that you speak of. Okay, so we'll come back to it. So, Diolu, what are the key risks that family businesses face in managing their wealth, and how do we mitigate these risks?
Okay, so I'm going to, of course, we're speaking, to a largely Nigerian audience of high net worth people. And I think, speaking from experience of what we have seen and what has also been said in this room as well, that the biggest risk is the conflicts within the family, which we've also spoken about how you can address with regards to how conflicts can be resolved and putting in place certain documents and structures and all that. But also, I think the risks that we also see is that in terms of how, when we start putting in place the governance and also thinking forward in terms of what that transition is going to look like and how that wealth is going to evolve. I think how early we think about it, and I think Kaliko spoke about us all exporting, the next generation for the elites in Nigeria in any event abroad, and not, I call it a social experiment, that we still don't know what the full ramifications of it will be. Because, many of the current the second generation went to school here, and then significant from age 11, some from age 7 have now been exported with different value sets in some ways and all that. So that's a problem. I think also with regards to how quickly the understanding comes that the business does not necessarily have to transition to family members, and how quickly that is embedded in the business such that you're employing and retaining. You have a strategy that ensures that you're retaining the good talent that you already have in your business. You're not, because when people have that overhang of there's a family member coming to take over, then they don't really stay long in your business, and that affects the ability of the business to endure. So putting that in place as well is important. And then I think also, and then also in terms of the volume of that wealth as well, and having that understanding that from a business that started off sustaining a nuclear family and then growing exponentially to support the nuclear family in some cases, and then the spouses, and then the children, and then remember, they don't spend the same way this first generation. You've given them a fancy lifestyle, so they want, big things, good things, and all that. I can imagine asking my mother for an iPhone. Apart from not getting it, I would have gotten a slap on either side, right? Yeah. She won't even buy an iPhone herself. She'll say it's too expensive. So, so it's the culture is different, the values different. So it's important for founders of businesses and family-owned businesses to be extremely intentional about the next generation in terms of how those values transition. And then also, the other thing I would say as well that also helps to ensure that the wealth is preserved as well is putting in place good dispute resolution strategies. You will always have differences of opinion, but if you have a structure that allows you to resolve it, then that ensures that you can find a way around it that would ensure that it doesn't then destabilize the business, because there's a lot of family businesses that don't transition because of those disputes. And for Nigerian families, there's a lot in the news about different huge families. I remember the wealthy families when I was growing up, and you barely hear of them now. So that shows there's been a failure in that transition, and that means that wealth, and you see the decline in the wealth. So it's important that, you know, where there's disputes, there should be the understanding that even when a structure has been put in place, there's flexibility to renegotiate, readjust, and to bring experts who can assist to mediate and restructure things such that the now varying needs of the family can be addressed with modern tools, modern practices that can then restructure and allow the benefit to endure for everybody.
Thank you. So speaking of conflict, Toyosi, I would like to hear your opinion on managing conflict when it comes to decisions on wealth preservation.
Okay, so I'll start with how not to, which is what we know, litigation, because the reputational risk, it's even bigger than any other risk associated with that. And we would always advocate, as a law firm, we find out that no matter how, irrespective of how the family is known out there, when it comes to the nitty-gritty, it's like going to your doctor. It's your doctor that knows the integral part of all that is going on in terms of the health bill. So in terms of taking a health check of the family, we always find out that there are underlying issues that always come to the fore when it comes to either succession planning or even a minor family dispute would have some integral foundational problems. We always resort to mediation. Now, there's formal mediation and informal. Even with the formal mediation, there's a lot of privacy that comes with it. So that can easily be set up in such a way, and we have seen results with formal mediation. The informal one happens to be the more popular. It could literally be we lawyers wearing the cap within the team of someone older in the firm, acting as counselor as well as mediator between the family. Sometimes we even find ourselves splitting up in such a way that we have various sub-teams dealing with different members of the family in order to help iron out things. And the important thing the important goal is you're all trying to get value. We help to structure ways in which they can get value objectively, because we're trained as lawyers to think objectively, and we're used to being on either side of any equation. And if the goal is to grow, the goal is for everyone to extract value, we can help you put structures in place that would allow for no cheating. So mediation, we would say, and conciliation would always be the way to go. But of course, there are preventive measures as well, which Diolu has spoken to ensure that these conflicts don't even arise in the first place.
Thank you. So, Calico, you spoke about gold coins. My ears are perked. I want to hear more. And is my money safe?
Must be the gold earrings. But anyway. Yeah, no. So like I said, I actually was quite surprised myself when I did my research and I found out that gold coins were not something Nigerians were used to investing in. And that is why I made the move with my partner in South Africa to establish an e-commerce platform in Nigeria that allows Nigerians to purchase gold coins. And this should particularly appeal to the HNIs, because what it does is it helps you preserve your wealth over time. So apart from the wealth creation part, there's also the wealth preservation part. And then it never loses value. And we all know what has happened to the Naira in the last 5 years. But just to put it into context for you, if you had invested about $125,000 in gold, I know that's a lot, but let's just assume we all have $125,000. If you had invested $125,000 5 years ago, today it will be worth $218,000. So that's a 79% increase. That's historical evidence I'm giving you, not the future. Obviously, I can't speak for the future, but I think if you look on average, gold has appreciated in value year on year over time. And like I said, it's more for your long-term investment rather than your short-term make money quick, get rich scheme. The other beauty that I think would appeal to our HNI clients is that you can also personalize them. So you can have your family crest, your family logo, company logo, and so on and so forth. And it allows you to keep them. You can keep them or you can fold them. And if you keep them, obviously, you can then pass them on from generation to generation. It's very tangible. If you one day choose to jackpot, you can take your gold coins with you. And wherever you are, you can sell them with you. And again, if you want to melt them into and make them into gold earrings, you're quite welcome to do that. Cheers.
So please form an orderly queue at the back to speak to Calico at the end of this session. Now, Maiwa, we'll go to you. On the back of what he said, I'm going to ask, how do we balance conservative and aggressive investment strategies to ensure long-term growth?
Okay, so first I would say that purely portfolio management. When we heard Mr. Avure earlier on, he had said they had investment in oil and gas company as equity. So to balance these, you have to invest in various assets and also know the timing you're investing. So in point in case, say you invested 100% of whatever you have in your portfolio in one single instrument, say bonds, for example. Now we know that we are currently in a very high yielding environment. You won't have been able to exit those positions to take advantages now. So you have to first have diverse assets across either various instruments or even geographically. So for our clients, we try to help them manage their assets such a way you have some things in Eurobond, you have some investment outside the country, something which you also speak to. And also for some of their real estate assets, you don't concentrate everything, say you have all your assets in Lagos or you have all your assets in VI. You try to balance these. So it enables you to take position. Also, I think one of the speakers also mentioned liquidity is also key. A certain portion of your portfolio has to stay near to cash. That probably a need for business expansion, a need to quickly take an opportunity. Before you think loans, you have to be able to look deep down into your portfolio to take advantages of this. So for me, and also you have to always rebalance your portfolio. You don't keep it the way it has been for too long because, okay, my portfolio is performing, is returning 10%, I'm fine with it. Where you could always turn things around, which is where you need professional advisors like ourselves to help you manage it professionally and do the rebalancing of those portfolios. Then I think just on the final note is to also say that while you have hired professionals, you also need to understand where these investments are and these investment classes, so that whatever they are saying to you, you can make contributions, you can question, and you can even lead on some transaction which the professionals are just executing.
Thank you. So we've run out of time, but I'm going to ask one question to everyone on the panel. I'll start with Maiwa. Is there an emerging trend in wealth management that excites you when it concerns family-owned businesses?
Just listening to him, like, it's one of it. So, so emerging trend, things are changing and moving very fast. Prior to now, when I was growing up, my parents walked down to one stockbroker with certificates running up and down. But now everything is on the phone. I don't even need to know who my stockbroker is. I can do quite a lot of things. We have AIs coming up, changing the way a lot of things are being done, and also the kind of assets being available. Now we're having digital assets, we're having cryptocurrencies and all that, compared to the historical assets wealth managers were managing. So for me, these exciting trends for me are these new available investable assets, right? And also the opportunity to access your investment from anywhere you are, which I think is keeping wealth managers on their toes.
Calico?
I'm sure you know what. I think it goes without saying that I think next year, what I'm looking forward to is establishing DCX Metals as one of the foremost gold platforms. I don't want to say gold trade because we don't trade gold, and people must get that straight. What we allow you to do is buy gold coins, and of course, if you want to liquidate, you can liquidate at any time. But I foresee that a new asset class will be introduced into the Nigerian market that would stand the test of time and allows you to preserve your wealth over time and also generates wealth as well. And that would be gold coins.
Here, here.
If I say so myself.
I think mine would be the change in the mindset of, after I get the gold, change in the mindset of our own generation, Generation Y, in relation to how we view X and Z. So essentially, unlike before where there were only certain vocations and professions our children or our parents' children could fit into, now there's a bigger mindset. And what that wider mindset is doing is you can have local farmer meets technology. SAS Textiles of Shomolu meets social media. Marcel Ruth, cancer researcher, meets innovation and tech. And with that, a lot of the Gen Zs are allowed to study whatever they want, and we're able to see how the innovation can meet with the visionaire in the first place. And there's also the change in the mindset. Primogeniture culture is out of the window, that firstborn child must inherit, or secondborn or firstborn son. It's about who has capacity, and we separate professionalism and leadership from ownership. The one who doesn't have capacity can own, but doesn't necessarily have to govern. So change in mindset, particularly with innovation, is key for me.
Deolu?
Okay, so I entirely agree with Toyosi, and I'll also just add that, you know, this awareness that has now come where forums like this are becoming more common are critical for the transition for Nigeria, because we're a developing economy. And the fact that there's a lot of people in this room that I personally would say that I knew on the journey here, and I'm expecting, if they're in the HNI, to see them in ultra HNI in a few years' time, and their family legacies then preserved. So these conversations and that understanding that we need to do things in a different way, I think is one of the most exciting things for me. And then understanding those tools, the fact that people have shifted from the traditional just wills as the instrument of transition, and then also in terms of governance, people understanding that actually it's your company, but you need to have a governance structure. I think the fact that those things are being taken on board, and you have law firms like ours that are actually devoting a partner to private wealth, because whereas we do a lot of corporate and commercial work, but we now understand that you know, when the family is the business, or the business is the family, that is an entirely different dynamic and a different set of rules. And also as Nigerians, us evolving from the consumption and lifestyle model, where the preservation of legacy becomes one of the key things that we look at, and becoming stewards of what founders like Mr. Oba Otudeko has established, and Mrs. Okoli, such that it's not about you enjoying the proceeds of their sweat and labor as their children, but understanding that you're a steward of that investment that they have put over their lives as employers of people, as businesses in Nigeria that should not die and restart again. It's a waste of time, resources, and just a crying shame for that to occur. So those are the things that I find extremely interesting, that we're moving from that development mindset, and philosophically we're starting to aspire towards that longevity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my lovely, lovely panel. Unfortunately, we can't take any questions. We haven't got time. However, I know Deolu, Toyosi, Kaliko, and Mayowa will be happy to speak with anybody that wants their attention. Thank you for having us, and it's been a lovely time speaking with you all.
Thank you so very much. Let's put our hands together for them one last time. An excellent, excellent panel session. Thank you so much, Wayne, for that. So we're coming to the close of our agenda, and we will be presenting one last award, which is the Digital Excellence Family Business Award. So to present this award, let's put our hands together, please, for Omobolanle Suleiman, who's the Deputy Director of Cooperatives, representing the Commissioner of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment for Lagos State. Let's put our hands together for her. We have Wayne from Henley Partners, and I invite Carolina as well. So over to you, three ladies, to present the award.
On behalf of the Family Business Summit, they're not here. So, on behalf of the Family Business Summit, on behalf of the Family Business Summit, we would like to present this award for digital excellence in family business to Terra Culture. I think there's a representative here. Thank you.
Congratulations to Terra Culture for that award. And we finally come to the last and final panel session for the day. And I'd like to invite our moderator, Ugochi Ndebio, who is an associate director with PwC Nigeria. She also serves as general counsel and leads the regulatory business solutions practice, as well as the tax line of business. So over to you for a wonderful panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I think we're going to end this on a high note because I think that we saved the best for the last. In this session, we're going to be looking at navigating succession, empowering the next generation. And in this session, we're going to be talking to the next generation leaders. We have heard throughout this whole program how important, how critical succession is to a family business and to businesses that depend and rely on the legacy of the founders to continue to run. So in this session, we're going to be talking to the next slide, people that are in line to inherit throughout the session, we have heard from the family business office experts who have come with a wealth of knowledge, told us, all the very nuggets of wisdom. Then we've talked to the second generation matriarchs, and we have also seen awards being given to first generation patriarchs and matriarchs as well. We have also now listened to the strategies for maintaining long-term wealth. Now at this point, we're going to then be hearing from the next generation themselves. So I will start by introducing our panelists for this session. Firstly, I have Tomi Otudeko, who is the head corporate services of the Honeywell Group. Welcome, Tomi. I have Aminu Mortala Nyako, who is the chief executive officer, Sebore International Farms Limited. Hi, Aminu. I have Ife Bakare, who is the Executive Director, Strategy and Innovation MedPlus. Hi, Ife. I also have Raymond Dokbesi, Chairman DAC Communications Limited. Oh, he's not there. Okay, all right. I have Uchenna Ezenna of the Orange Drugs Group Limited. See here? She's online. She's online. Okay, all right. He's online. Okay, I don't think Uchenna is here, so we have, he's here. Oh, virtual, okay, all right. Uchenna, you are also welcome. So at this session, we're going to be looking at some critical questions, around how do we ensure a smooth and effective transition of leadership, ownership, and values. We've talked a lot about values here and how important transfer of values to the next generation is to maintain generational wealth and family businesses being succeeded. We're going to look at how we prepare and empower the next generation of leaders to take opportunities and challenges. They have to be equipped, they have to be empowered as well. We have seen the SAS Textile lady that said she started from when she was really small to work with her mother in building the family business. And right now the business is being run by 7 of them in the family. We would also talk about things like how to foster a culture of collaboration, trust, and innovation across generations. We've also seen how important that is. If we look at the people who took their awards today, a lot of respect to the family businesses, we see that there is an integration of the next generation and the culture as well of collaboration and welcoming new ideas. We saw, EMSO Group talk about how her daughter came to take a look. So here we're here to listen to the next generation as they are going to bring their practical insights, experience in how they have been taking a look at their family businesses. So I will start by, I think I would ask everyone to introduce themselves. And while introducing yourself as well, can you also briefly tell us, the approach in your organization or your family business towards succession planning? If you would want to talk about that as well. So yes, please. Since we're ladies first, and then we'll go to Aminu, Ife, and then last. Okay, and then we'll take Uchenna as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being patient and waiting for us. As we said, we are the best. You're saving us for last. So my name is Tomio Tudeko. I head corporate services at Honeywell Group. Honeywell Group has been around for over 50 years. And we're 2.5 gen. The business started with my father helping to formalize his mother's trading business. And so it was interesting when Esiri was talking about the market women in Iporin. My grandmother was a market woman, not in Iporin, in Ibadan and Ghana and the North. So she was trading across West Africa. And our chairman helped to formalize that business. And over the next 50 years, we have been in every sector of the economy. We have been in telecoms, we have been in flour milling, we've been in banking, we have been in making plates. But one thing was really clear, that entrepreneurial drive was something that drove our chairman. And when it came to us as the next generation, it was very clear to us that this isn't a right, but a privilege to join the business. It was something that we were clear that for us to join this business, we had to have something to offer. So we're all encouraged to learn. We're all encouraged to follow our interests. And should our interests align with the business, and were we ready to offer what we had learned, then we were able to join the business. My family, we have 7 kids, and only 5 of us are in the business, and also 1 in-law. It's complex, but also very interesting. And most of the time, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
That's very interesting to know. Thank you very much, Tomi. So we've heard the fact that you have to earn it. It's very important that you earn it. And also in their organization, interest also plays a key role in determining who takes part in the family business. Aminu.
It's working, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for being patient and inviting me over here to speak. My name is Aminu Murtala Yako. I'm the MD, CEO of Seburi International Farms. It's located in Adamawa State. Seburi turned 42 years this year, founded by my father. I'm 2nd generation. I've been listening to everything that's happened here, and I think maybe my situation is
nationwide. And thank you. And by the end of the year, hopefully we'll get to 150. It was founded by my mother 30 years ago. We celebrated our 30 years last year. Mrs. Joke Baker, I'm very proud of her. I call her my business partner. And what we're into, we're a retail chain pharmacy. We have a drugs business and a non-drugs. Drugs is OTC, prescription, vitamins, supplements. Your non-drugs is your convenience store items, water, drinks, confectionaries, etc. When we talk about succession planning, I'm not going to lie and say we have one. I didn't even plan to be here in the first place. I stumbled into it. But it's been a fantastic journey. I've been here for 5 years. I've learned a lot. We've raised private equity. We've brought in investors into the business. We've institutionalized it, made it really strong corporate governance and ESG. So we're in the process of building out that succession plan. And we're consulting the likes of PwC, lawyers, different trust advisors, etc. So very excited to be here.
Thank you very much, Ife. There's one thing that we take away from here. It's the fact that I think one of the other earlier panels, someone said, some people don't do the succession planning early. It's later on that they start their succession planning. Thankfully, it works out for some, but some others are able to learn from other people's mistakes and able to start early. So in your own case, I think it has worked out well. So also get... Sorry, China. Sorry, can you take it all over again? We lost communication for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Uchenna Ezena, and I am the Director of People and Communications for Orange Group. Most of you know the company as Orange Drugs Limited. The company was started by my dad, Sir Tony Ezena. We're into the second generation right now. The company should be 36 years this year, I believe. I currently work in the company. There are 5 of us, and 3 of us decided to work for the family business. When it comes to succession planning, it is guided by our family constitution, which is rooted in our family values like integrity, trust, legacy, loyalty, etc. The constitution also details our corporate governance structure, as well as it has leadership policies in it and decision-making processes. In addition to the family constitution, we have external advisors that guide us to ensure that the business transitions smoothly.
All right, thank you so much, Uchenna. Thanks a lot. I think your family is one of the very first ones that, I've heard said they have a family constitution that guided the succession planning from the scratch. And that's really good to know. The next question, I think I'll direct it to Tommy and Ife. And it's around, are you able to give us or talk about some of the support systems and opportunities that have been provided to you in taking up, your leadership roles?
So, so that was one support system. I think there's value in a good education, and I was very lucky, and I feel very privileged that my father was very clear on the fact that all his children needed to be well educated, but also well educated in line with what their passions were. So you were never really forced to do what you didn't want to do. I decided I was going to do law only because he said, do economics. So I said, okay, I'll do law. Because I was a bit rebellious in my youth. I'm wiser now. So all of us ended up doing different things. I think education was something that was very important. But education didn't stop when you finished school. Education has continued since we've come into the business, and different people have come into the business. When I joined the business, it was not necessarily deliberate. I fell on it in the sense that I came to solve a problem for my MD, who also happens to be my boss. So I came to solve a problem for my MD with the skills I had, and 7 years later, I'm still here. But while I was there, I've now had to do different things, and I'm now the head of corporate services. And something that was very clear to me was that I didn't want to take a role that I wasn't prepared for, or I hadn't ensured that I was well prepared for. So I looked for courses. I ended up doing a course at Harvard Business School called PLD, which is a program in leadership development. And for me, what it did was it also helped to refine my leadership style and what was important to me. Because really, we're at this stage where there's nothing you can't learn, but I think leadership is really what is key in that makes a difference between success. Like, it's not just about your head knowledge, it's also about how you lead and how you're able to motivate people. So what I found, and the structures were put in place, was really the ability to continue to learn, and also the ability to have a seat at the table and see things from different lenses. So having that seat at the table, when the lawyers are talking, I did go to school for law, I did not qualify. So my first degree is in law, and then I listened to him and did a master's in economics, so go figure. Having that seat at the table, being able to see it through the legal lens, or being able to see it through a finance lens, it makes you fuller and more, your exposure is wider in the organization, and you have a seat at the table to also give your own perspective, but also learn from others. So I think those are some of the structures that have been put in place to help to support that. More informal structures, though, that I will talk about is also the fact that as a family business, or as a family, it was also important to understand that you had to separate family from business. Something that, if you notice when I was talking here, I called my father chairman. It's because I was wearing the business hat. I call my brother MD because I was wearing the business hat. Sometimes when I want to get things from him, I will now call him the other name I want to call him to kind of, But generally, it's just having to be clear with your boundaries. Exactly. Having those boundaries are so important because you need to be able to leave things in the office. And you also need to be able to go home and just leave it there, be at home. But sometimes it helps that you are family because you know that last, we'll meet ourselves at home. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tumi. We hear actually a lot of things in what you have said. Very importantly is the fact that we need to give our children the right foundation. We can't say, that can be overemphasized. And also the fact that in helping you to grow into that role, the opportunity needs to be presented. To help you to see things from a holistic perspective. You find out that a lot of professionals just see things from a very myopic standpoint, which is just that area that they're working on. But with family businesses, they have that liberty to be able to see across the entire businesses. And we see that play out in Tomi's role as well. And the ability to separate business from family and realize that when it's time to do business, it's strictly business. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Yes, Ife.
Yeah, I think for me, it's been a very interesting journey. I came in, I'm an engineer by background. I studied mechanical engineering, so I didn't know anything about pharmacies. I was like, you just get Panadol, give it to the counter and sell it. So when I got into the business, I had to learn it from scratch. So I literally had to go to every department. I would start in the warehouse. I'd be picking boxes for God knows how long. Business works. You need to know it from the bottom. If you don't know it from the bottom, you're not going to know it from the top. So I went into the warehouse. I went to different stores across the state, across the country. I worked in audit. I hate audits. But audit is very important. That's how you control your pilferage and stealing. I worked in marketing. I worked in HR. So I literally went around the different departments for like 6 months. I threatened to quit several times, said I'm not doing this, I hate this. But something would always bring me back. It's that quest for growth, that quest to learn more and even just engage more. And I saw how the business would just grow organically. When I came, we were 45 stores. Now I said we're 130. So it's been a very good journey learning. So one thing I'll say there is learning by doing. My mom, every time she gets into the store, she packs herself. You'll see her arranging the shelves. So if the MD of the organization is arranging, you better use your head and start arranging. So, and she does this in the warehouse as well. She just cannot see something and not do it herself. So that's one. The second thing I'll say is around alignment. I think you have to have a good alignment with the leadership of the company and communication. We have a very good relationship where we know each other's strengths and each other's weaknesses, and we play to that. So if I know there's a particular thing I want to get through and push, I know how to communicate to her, and the vice versa. There's also